Welcome to today's Planning Committee meeting. I'm Councillor John Ward and will be chairing the Planning Committee meeting today. On the top table we have officers Chris Rain, Glenn Beaumont, Claire Curtis, Helen Mellors and Dave Wilson from Highways. We have Vice Chairman Councillor Karen Vincent and Committee Officer Dawn Matthews. The fire safety notice will now be read out.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're not expecting a fire drill today, so if the fire alarm sounds, we will need to evacuate the building. There are two fire exits from this room. One is through the doors, double doors from which you came in, and the other door is to the right of the stage, which leads to an external fire escape. Please note that you should not use the lift in the event of a fire, and in the event of evacuation, we need to meet to the left of the driveway at the main entrance of Thorpe Lodge. Thank you.
Thank you. This meeting is being live streamed. Members of the public are welcome to film proceedings as long as they are not disruptive to the conduct of the meeting. If anyone wishes to film or record the meeting, will you please identify yourselves now? Please can you all ensure your mobile phones and electronic devices are turned to silent. Councillors, please do not use your mobile phone whilst the committee is in session. We will have comfort breaks at various times throughout the meeting. If you must use your mobile, then please leave the room. However, you will appreciate that this could result in your not being able to vote on the matter under discussion at the time you leave the room. The order of business is as set out on the agenda. Members of the public can only speak if prior arrangements have been made in accordance with the Council's scheme of public speaking. The time allocated is a maximum of 5 minutes per speaker and parish council, with a maximum of 15 minutes per category. Only people who have registered to speak will be able to address the committee. The order will be as follows. The planning officer will present the application. Public speakers will then be asked to present their case, followed by questions from members of the committee to clarify something the speaker has said, and not to invite the speaker to put further points across. The order of public speaking is parish town council first, followed by objectors, and finally supporters, e.g. the applicant agent. Council members who are not members of this committee will then be invited to speak for the allocated time of a maximum of 5 minutes for each speaker. This will be followed by questions from members of the committee. Again, these questions will only be to clarify something the speaker has said and not to invite the speaker to put further points across. The committee will then discuss and determine the application. Finally, there is no provision for members of the public to circulate documents, photographs, etc. at the meeting. Are there any questions before I open the meeting? Yes, lady there. Yes, I can confirm that, yes. Thank you. Right. Are there any declarations of interest from councillors, please? Councillor Beadle.
Thank you. On items 1, 2 and 3, or the applications 1, 2 and 3, I will speak to the local member, which is recorded in my declaration of non-pecuniary interests on the website. And although on the flow chart, it does actually lead me to allow me to speak and to vote on this application. But to be seen to be fair, I will not speak as a member of the committee or vote on this item. So I will to speak as the local member chair.
Okay, thank you.
I understand it will be compiled into a 15-minute slot across the 3 applications all at once.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you. Right, I would just declare that I had an email from one of the objectors. I don't know if anybody else had that, but we'd declare that as a group. Thank you. Anybody else have any declarations, please? No? Thank you. Apologies for absence, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I've received apologies from Councillor Adams and his substitute is Councillor Hempsall.
Thank you. The minutes of the meeting held on the 10th of August for accuracy, please. All happy with those? Thank you. Are there any matters arising from those minutes? No, thank you. Then we'll go on to the applications. And the first 3 items on the agenda today are for refund and will be presented by the Officer Chris Rain as one presentation, as the sites and considerations are intrinsically linked. As per the agenda papers, each application has its own recommendation, and each application will need to have its own decision as per the considerations in each report. I will take these recommendations in turn after the presentations, public speaking and debate of the committee. Public speaking slots have been given 45 minutes for each category, and where more than one speaker has registered to speak, including those unable to attend but who have written statements to read out, this time will be split equally. Speakers in their allocated time will be able to speak on all 3 applications. Members will be able to ask questions to each speaker after they have spoken. And please can members make it clear which application they are referring to when asking questions to the speakers. And I'll invite the first objector to take a seat there, please. And we'll now hand over to Chris Rain for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. We've got 3 items here before us. So we've got an application 0469 for the road widening and cycleway and footway. We have application 0847 for 141 dwellings with associated open space and highway and landscape works. And then finally, we have 1183, which is an outline application for a new sports hall and associated facilities. So if I just take you through some of the slides. So here we are, just to give you an idea of where it is in relation to Reefham. So the main part of the town is here. So we lie southwest, and then just move in to give a bit more detail. So Marketplace is here. Then we come out southwards towards the site, which you've got here and here, which gives you that broad sort of LT shape where the residential properties will go. We have the existing school here. We have Broomhill Lane running here, which will facilitate access into the sports hall and the residential scheme. And then beyond that, we can see open space as we move out into the countryside. So again, just to give you a clearer picture of the 3 applications. So this is the highway work. So we have Broomhill Lane here. We have Park Lane there, which runs up towards the cemetery and then beyond. Again, as I just referred to, we have that broad L shape, which provides the residential component. And then we have the sports hall here, due south of the existing school. This is just a slide to show that the application before you complies with the allocation insofar as the extent of the site. So again, we can just see this striped area that demarcates Rep 1, and then we have the settlement limit for Reefham there. And then just moving through into some of the detailed parts of the application. So this is the upgrade to Broomhill Lane. So we can see the carriageway running here in, and that will be 5.7 meters wide, so widened from what we've got at present, and you'll see that on some of the later slides. We have the 3 meter wide cycle lane footway, which runs due south of the upgraded carriageway, and then we have a 1.8 meter footway to the north of the carriageway, and then we have an upgrading of Park Lane running due north. And then the junction here will be upgraded that adjoins Whitwell Road. So just moving into the residential scheme. So this is Broomhill Lane. Here you can just see the cursor there. So that's Broomhill Lane, we've just seen on the previous slide. And then we have 141 properties across the site here. So you have this loop road running round and then carriageways working off that. We have within the 141 units, we have 40 affordable units. So you've got a pocket of 5 units down here, We have 23 in this kind of central location, and then we have a further 12 over in this part of the site. Other key features, we have a play area proposed for this part of the site, and then you can just see some of the surface water drainage basins. 1, 2, 3. So if I just move on to some of the house types, give you a flavour of what's proposed. So landscape scheme, just to give you an idea of particularly the boundary treatments. So we're seeking, as the allocation requires, to ensure that you've got appropriate green boundaries and they're reinforced. So you have perimeter planting around the site. And then we have planting in around the basins here, and then within this central location. This is just an image, just to pick up some of the refuse vehicle tracking, just to show that work has been undertaken to ensure refuse vehicles can circulate around the site. And then just some of the house types. So we have a mix of 1-story and 2-story properties. So a fairly traditional palette of materials, bricks, pan tiles, render. So if I just scroll through some of those to give you an idea. So again, a collection of semis and terrace properties there. And then again, a couple of the detached housing models. And then just to move on to the final element that we're looking at, this is the sports hall. Now, it's worth noting this is outline, so anything you see here is merely indicative, but gives you an idea of the sort of thing that will hopefully be provided in due course. So it's very much a two-phase project initially. So you've got the sports hall element here, and then this additional element here, and then again just moving on. So this will be envisaged to be phase 1. So what would look like a fairly typical sports hall building, high enough ceilings to facilitate various sports, and then this second phase, as it were, this lower, likely to be lower element. And then there's just the breakdown of what's indicatively planned. So again, the sports hall here, and then the smaller rooms and studios off that. And this is really just to illustrate that whilst the sports hall is going in this part of the present sports field, thought has been given to the arrangement for the various sports pitches that the school would need. So this is the summer sports layout with the cricket pitch, athletics track, and other track and field elements. And then we have the winter sports with the football, rugby, and so on. So I think it's fair to say thought has been given to how the two would coexist. And then again, just an artist's impression of how it would ultimately, hopefully look. I think the key thing to pick up here is obviously it's seen against the backdrop of this existing vegetation to the high school, with the high school buildings in the backdrop as well there. And then the parking will facilitate access in through here, no separate access off Whitwell Road. Just moving on to the ground to give you an idea of the site. So we're stood here at the junction of Broomhill Lane, Whitwell Road. So the scheme will ultimately be facilitated off here. As you saw in an earlier slide, the carriageway will be widened through the centre. You will have the 3-metre wide cycle footway along the southern part there, where you can see my cursor moving. And then the opposite side, this is where you'll have the 1.8 metre footway. This image on the right of the screen again is just looking southwards along Whitwell Road, so you can see the school there, Broomhill Lane Junction. Move on to the next one. So again, this left-hand image is just looking in the opposite direction of the last one, so that's looking along Whitwell Road towards the town centre. And then the next slide is just moving up Broomhill Lane. So again, carriageway in the centre, cycle footway at the south, footway to the north. And then again, we're just moving up along Broomhill Lane, and then this right-hand image is looking back towards Whitwell Road, so opposite direction to the ones you've just seen. And then this is Park Lane, so this is running along the perimeter of the residential scheme. So the residential is on this side of the image, This will be upgraded and connect into what you see as the right-hand image there. So that's the end of Park Lane, and then you connect into what's there at present as a residential development. And then this is just looking at the southern element of the scheme. So we have the high skill, where my cursor is there on the left-hand side. So this is part of the site which will be used for residential properties. And then this image is just panning round towards the west. And then this is the northern part of the site. So if you imagine this right-hand side is Park Lanes running off that way. And this will contain the housing, and the cemetery extension is on this side. So we're down now to Whitwell Road, just to give you an idea where the sports hall will go. So again, going back to that illustration of the sports hall, this is the vegetation that you saw beyond the image, and I referred to on that slide. The sports hall will go in here, and then again, just seeing it in context. So the sports hall would be in this part of the site, and then you can see it against the backdrop of the school buildings and the parking, which will come in there. And then this is just, as I say, a view along Whitwell Road in kind of both directions. So you can see I've marked up where the sports hall will be here as we go out into the countryside and south of Reetham. And then really just to go through some of the key issues. So you will see from the agenda, the site is allocated for residential properties. So very much the broad principle of development on the site is set through the local plan. In terms of the key issues that I think have come to the fore, obviously the allocation initially indicated that the sports hall would come forward as part of the allocation. Clearly, a different tack has been taken with that. I think it's fair to say that there's clear reasons why the sports hall is going where it's proposed in terms of a management side of things for the school. So I think that's, there's a clear reason why that is happening. That obviously has the upshot of increasing the housing numbers on the site. I think on that particular point, clearly, whilst having regard to what is referred to as an approximate 100 to 120, clearly the council have to look at making efficient use of land, and the JCS indeed makes reference to Reetham potentially taking up to 200 dwellings in due course. So I think that the council accept that it goes beyond that initial approximate figure, but in the round, there's certainly reasons why that's an acceptable approach to take. I think in terms of other key issues, obviously there's been a lot of time spent on getting an acceptable access arrangement into the site, and you will see that from the extensive narrative in the committee report. So I think on a technical level, subject to the conditions that are referenced in the agenda, the Highway Authority are satisfied that the scheme works. I think on that particular point, just for clarity, they've requested a couple of other conditions be added to pick up some further offside highway works, which I think is certainly an acceptable one. I think in design terms, again, time has been spent to kind of develop the various character areas across the scheme. And I think we've got to the point where that works. The site is well contained by vegetation along the boundaries. You have no more than 2-story developments on the site. There is kind of open space provided within the scheme, including the play area. So I think on a design level, that certainly works. From an amenity perspective, the separation distances to neighbouring properties and relationships between the properties proposed certainly safeguard amenities such as outlook, sunlight, privacy, all those kind of things. All reports in terms of ecology have been received, and officers are satisfied that subject to conditions in respect of mitigation and enhancements, it deals with that. We've looked at the viability of the site. So initially 20% affordable housing was proposed. As a consequence of negotiation, that is now at 28%, so policy compliant. So there is no further work required on that. So I think in the round, as you'll see from the agenda, we're satisfied that all three can be recommended for approval. obviously mindful that the residential scheme at present can't be issued due to issues surrounding nutrient neutrality. So with that in mind, the recommendations for all three are approvals.
Thank you. Councillors, do you have any questions for the officer, please? No? Thank you. Then we'll go to public speaking. And lady, if you'd like to introduce yourself and say if you're speaking on behalf of anybody else, and you then have 6.5 minutes, please.
Good morning, councillors. I'm Julie Fielder, and I'm reading this statement today on behalf of my husband, Stephen Fielder, who unfortunately can't be here. It is clearly impossible to consider these three applications in isolation because they are inextricably linked. There is no need to widen Broomhill Lane without the housing development, and without the housing development, there is no funding for the new sports hall. If the housing application is approved today, it will have to go to the Secretary of State for approval. Meanwhile, the visibility survey for the highway scheme requires land which has not yet been secured. Isn't this all too complicated? Isn't the risk of missing something far too great? We already have a list of over 50 important conditions and terms yet to be agreed. On top of that, the site has to be proven to be nutrient neutral under new guidelines before planning permission is even granted. So one might be forgiven for asking, why are we even here today? From the outset, the applications before you were flawed because they are materially different from the 2016 Rep 1 allocation, which designated a green field and a playing field for approximately 100 to 120 homes and stipulated that a community sports hall should be built on the site. There was no ambiguity and it was not open to negotiation. The applicants have submitted plans for 141 homes on Rep 1 with an off-site sports hall, which wasn't the option proposed, discussed and adopted under the site allocation process and wasn't indicated on the plan officer's presentation in regard to the site. The planning officer confirmed that departure from development plans can only be granted if material considerations justify doing so. And in July 2020, he asked the applicants to provide details of the benefits for the wider community that would not be realised if the sports hall provision was within the approved allocation Rep 1. I have read every one of over 650 documents on the planning portal for these applications, and nowhere do the applicants give any material planning reason why they have departed from the original allocation. So perhaps we should consider who this departure from Rep 1 benefits. Not the people of Reetham. They haven't been consulted on the sports hall at all, and they will have to contend with even more traffic and added pressure on already stretched GPs. It doesn't benefit working people who want to move into the town because there are no more jobs being created, nor does it benefit people with young children who will have to drive them to other nurseries and primary schools because those in Reetham are already full with no space to extend. It certainly doesn't benefit biodiversity or reduce the carbon footprint because the Greater Norwich local plan now says the site can only support 100 dwellings, and this planning application provides 41% more. If it isn't viable to deliver the project in accordance with the allocation, then the viability of the site itself must be questioned. The applicants have explained why it was unviable for 30% of the 141 houses to be social housing, but 141 houses was never part of the allocation. They have said why the sports hall can't be sited in 3 alternative places within the perimeter of the school buildings, but they haven't said why it can't be built on the Rep 1 allocated site. There is no viability assessment comparing the application with what was originally allocated, which is a requirement of the government's 2019 guidance on viability. What about precedent? Is there any precedent which would pertain to this situation? Well, yes, there is, but it's all against these applications. When Whitwell Station applied for a caravan site in 2018, the permission was downgraded on the basis of the inadequate surrounding highway network, in particular the safety of Whitwell Road. When site allocations were being considered in 2015, a field opposite the proposed sports hall site was put forward but rejected on the grounds that the planners did not wish to extend the built area of Reetham any further to the south. Yet that is what is proposed in the high school application for the sports hall. When planning permission was granted in April 2008 for a change of use of the field to the south of the school, from agricultural to a school playing field, it was stated that it would not involve the erection of any building or structures and would not have any detrimental impact on the existing visual open qualities of the site. This is the field on which the applicants have now submitted plans for the new sports hall. And so we come to a reason, as given in the applicant's letter of the 25th of March last year, for departing from the original Rep 1 allocation. They state, the increased number of dwellings to be provided within the allocated land will help to subsidise provision of the sports hall. The councillor's place shaping manager helpfully explains the sports hall is being recited because it better meets the needs of the school and the house builder. I've looked at a whole list of acceptable material considerations, and you won't be surprised to hear that those reasons weren't on the list. Furthermore, I would question how a planning allocation for a community sports hall became a £1.5 million donation to Reetham High School for a sports hall which has no guarantee of ever actually being built. Rep 1 could be made to work as a housing location with the benefit of an application sympathetic to what we already have in Reetham. For a quality design, smaller density housing proposal, a scaled down Broomhill Lane incorporating tree planting with perhaps a second entrance onto the site, and proper consultation with the community over what they want from an on-site sports hall. Unfortunately, the applications before you today offer none of those things. By proposing to build outside the designated area and in excess of the number allocated, these applications are a departure from the Rep 1 allocation contained within the development plan. This change is not justified by any material planning consideration. If you wish to reject these applications, and as our elected representatives, I sincerely hope that you do, those are the grounds on which you can do it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councillors, do any of you have questions for Mrs. Fielder, please? No? Thank you. If you'd like to resume your seat, and if the next objector would like to come to the table, please. Good morning. If you'd like to introduce yourself and say if you are speaking on behalf of anybody else.
And I'm speaking on behalf, I'm reading a statement on behalf. Thank you. Sorry. I'm reading a statement on behalf of Richard Taylor.
Okay, you have up to 6.5 minutes.
Thank you. So this is going to be about sustainable development, this talk, which is a long established principle included in the National Planning Policy Framework and local plans. I want to draw your attention to the many ways in which building 141 dwellings on the Rep 1 site is unsustainable and incompatible with national and local policy. The Rep 1 site originally allocated for 100 and 120 dwellings, as you heard, was in 2016, was on the basis that Reetham was a designated key service centre. It was assumed that the increase in Reetham's population would support the retention of existing services, that new residents would use increasing transport infrastructure, and so on. These are the key, the arguments for key service centres. It also states the council would be focusing significant development in places with suitable access to services and jobs, and offering a genuine choice of transport models. But Reetham never was like any of the other key service centres, and it's never and will not in the future be able to fulfil these principles. For example, Reetham High School, primary school and nursery are already all full. The GP surgery is 1.5 GPs light. On the Rep 2 site, where work has already begun for the construction of 35 assisted living bungalows and a 60-person care home, that will further increase pressure on the doctors. Development of the scale of the Broomhill application proposes to increase Reefham's population by 12% and will further exacerbate these situations. In addition, and this is a really important point, all the other key service centres have as a minimum an A road. Reefham has only B roads, many of which are C roads with long track stretches and pinch points, which severely restrict the size and quality of vehicles that can cross the town. We were kept up 15 minutes this morning on our way here, for instance. So that's, as it is now. It's clear that the proposed community infrastructure levy arrangements will not mitigate these issues. In fact, highway consultee David Wilson commented in a letter on the planning portal that Reefham is a market town, but its transport characteristics are more akin to a large rural village. Opportunities to travel by public transport are limited. There's typically a reliance on the private car. Car travel is vital because most people who live in Reefham don't work there. The high school and college is by far Reefham's biggest employer, but judging by the fact that there are over 100 cars parked all day on or adjacent to the school at the moment, few members of staff live in Reefham. Existing and new Reefham residents wishing to make journeys by public transport for work, leisure, or specialist services such as hospitals face a lengthy and torturous process. The 43 bus to Norwich city centre typically takes 67 minutes. There are only 5 buses a day in any direction, fewer on Saturday and none on Sunday. The last bus to Norwich on weekdays leaves at 3:40. Involving a change at Aylsham takes 105 minutes. The last bus home on weekdays leaves Norwich at 5:17 or 2:20 on Saturdays. There's 1 bus to Dereham with our nearest public swimming pool. Our nearest railway station is 14.7 miles by road. To be in Norwich city centre for work by 9 a.m, you have to leave Repsite at 7 a.m. and catch the 7:10 bus. That's the only available public transport. To get to Norwich Airport and the park and ride is 11 miles by car, even by the most direct road, most of which is a C road with single lane. The proposed mitigation of 100,000 in total, not per annum, to increase the frequency of buses will not go anywhere near changing this situation. If you're going to create an additional bus service that's fast, direct, going where residents need to go, when they come back, it's difficult to imagine it making any dent whatsoever when it costs about £500 a day to run a single decker. There is no evidence whatsoever that this money will reduce car use. In short, the 141 dwellings on Rep 1 and the extra car journeys generated will substantially increase Reefham's carbon footprint. But of course, the developers know that. Why else do they have on the layout for 141 dwellings, do they show 320 private off-road garages and parking spaces? As you know, the Rep 1 allocation was made 6 years ago, and the world has changed. Petrol prices have increased massively, bank rates have increased, and this decisively reduced the viability of the development, which is located so far from work, shopping, and leisure amenities. The dramatic increase in energy prices mean that it's even more important to locate these sorts of developments carefully. It is shocking that no such mitigations, such as rooftop solar panels, charging points for electric vehicles, or alternative heating solutions are included in the proposed development. Even if you choose to ignore the implications of this housing development that do not take climate change into account and ignore the implications of increased traffic and backward-looking energy use, and I very much hope you don't do that, the importance of food security and the need not to build on agricultural land when brownfield sites are available is paramount. We have to acknowledge...
Your time is up.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, councillors, do any of you have questions for the speaker? No? If you'd like to resume your seat then please, and if the next objector would like to come up and
My name's Norman Smith.
and are you speaking on behalf of anybody else, sir?
No,
No, thank you. You have up to 6.5 minutes.
right. I'm a retired architect who worked for Norwich City Council for 24 years. During this time, I provided expert advice on planning applications while acting as a design consultant for the Broads Authority. In my statement, I will explain why I object to the building of 141 dwellings off Broomhill Lane. I will highlight significant unresolved material concerns about this proposal, such that if the committee accepts the recommendation of the case officer to grant approval, their decision could be unlawful. I will focus on local and national policy contraventions relating to planning and design matters. Lovell Homes proposed to build 141 dwellings, or 17.5% more than the maximum of 120 dwellings, stating in the 2016 site allocations document. This figure is also 41% more than is stated for this site in the emerging Greater Norwich local plan. While this plan has not been formally adopted, Section 4, Clause 48 of the National Planning Policy Framework states that local planning authorities may give weight to relevant policies in emerging plans. The more advanced the plan's preparation, the greater this weight should be. In addition, only 28% of the 141 dwellings will be affordable. Broadland District Council's own policy requires 33%. The cost of living crisis makes it even more imperative that the council strictly enforces its own policy to provide the maximum number of affordable homes. The developer did not carry out proactive or effective engagement with the community. This is contrary to Section 12, Clause 132 of the National Planning Policy Framework. This is illustrated by the public presentation by the developer in February 2020, which was promoted as a mechanism to enable consultee discussion and feedback to inform and influence the design of the scheme. The feedback provided by this process has not been incorporated, and the concerns raised have not been addressed. Although Broadland and South Norfolk's Design and Heritage Officer advised significant measures to improve the design, these were disregarded. Furthermore, Broadland District Council did not liaise with design review panels as suggested in Clause 133 of the NPPF. The rural nature of the site has not been accounted for, nor adequately assessed in the design development. Matters such as orientation of dwellings and the sloping nature of the site have not been considered. No cross-sections have been provided, making it impossible to understand and assess the visual impact of the development. Instead, inappropriate urban street scenes of the dwellings are depicted on unrealistic flat bases. The evidence to assess how the buildings will appear in relation to their rural surroundings is therefore insufficient. Lovell Homes have misunderstood Reefham's existing architectural form. Dwellings on the fringe of the town generally consist of small building groups that have slowly emerged over many years. This development, outside of the existing town settlement, will be instant and too large in scale. It has a suburban character that's alien to the town and does not reflect the overarching rural nature of the site. This development is contrary to Section 12 of the National Planning Policy Framework, achieving well-designed places, and Design Policy GC4 of the Council's Development Management Document 2015 on achieving good design. Lovell has failed to meet the requirements of Policy EN3 of this document to provide informal green infrastructure. The available open space not taken up by roads and dwellings is occupied by the major surface water treatment infrastructure required. A satisfactory answer to concerns about safe access around the two ugly large infiltration basins and the potentially polluting pumped sewage station has not been provided. In building the additional 21 dwellings, open space will be severely restricted. The provision of informal green infrastructure spaces have therefore not been identified. The building regulations will be updated this year to ensure that new homes built from 2022 onwards produce 31% less carbon compared to current standards. This requirement will apply to this development. Lovell Homes Design and Access Statement fails to demonstrate any effective measures to reduce carbon levels or mitigate climate change as required by Clause 150 of the National Planning Policy Framework. The case officer's recommendation for the Planning Committee to approve the development contravenes policy GC2 of the Development Management Document. This states that development outside the settlement limits will only be permitted if there are no adverse impacts. The outstanding potentially significant adverse impacts that I have described cannot be mitigated through a Section 106 agreement and planning conditions. A decision made by the committee on this basis would be in contravention to policy and could be open to legal challenge. In my statement today, I've outlined that this planning application as submitted is so materially different than the recommendations in the site allocation document that it's not possible for the committee to make a lawful decision to approve. The contraventions of national and local planning policies by the developer are so serious that they cannot be ignored.
Time's up,
or overlooked.
Mr. Smith. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. If you'd like to resume your seat, and if we, oh, sorry, if you just stay there a moment. Are there any questions from councillors, please? Yes, Councillor Riley.
I just want to clarify for me, because I'm a bit confused, Chair, on one point. That is, you said that the officers, I think you mean the council officers, had advised the developer to on redesign or their views about redesign on properties. Was that what was meant?
It was the Design and Heritage Officer that made suggestions to improve the design, but these were totally ignored.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions from anybody, please? No, thank you. If you'd like to. Thank you. If we could have the next objector, please. Thank you. If you could say who you're speaking on behalf of, please.
I'm Julie Fielder speaking for myself.
Okay, you have 6.5 minutes.
Thank you. I would like to begin by thanking Norman Smith, the retired architect you've just heard from, for helping me prepare this statement. I object to the planning application for the proposed sports hall for the following reasons. This outline application is contrary to the site allocations DPD document 2016, which requires the developer to build a community sports hall on site Rep 1. Lovell Homes have failed to follow these recommendations and now propose to build a sports hall on a different site outside of the town settlement boundary adjacent to the school car park. This proposed location will deprive the school of part of their playing field area and will lead to a shortfall in playing field provision, according to the recommendations of the Department for Education in 2015. The rugby field on Rep 1, previously used by the school, is already to be replaced by the housing development. Sport England has lodged an objection to the loss of this playing field, which occurs as a direct result of planning application 0847, which you are also considering today for the housing. If the council approves the 141 dwellings and sports hall, the applications will have to be referred to the Secretary of State. Sport England also require the developer and schools should submit a community group support document, which would explain the benefits of the sports hall to the local community and to the school. No such report has been commissioned. It is my understanding that this committee cannot reach a decision until this document is submitted as part of the outline application. This lack of information, which should include details regarding the management of the sports hall, leaves many unanswered questions, not least about access out of school hours. If the school campus is closed, a safe footpath and cycleway should be provided along Whitwell Road. This path is not evident from the drawings. The lead local flood authority initially objected to this proposal for the sports hall based on their concerns about surface water disposal. This objection was subsequently withdrawn when they received details from the consultants Rossi Long. However, when parking arrangements were later increased from 8 to 20 cars at the request of Norfolk Highways, Rossi Long still based their findings on only 8 cars. Their report has not been amended to cover the larger parking area. The school car park already has insufficient spaces to cater for coaches and existing staff cars. Many staff park on Whitwell Road and on the verge of Broomhill Lane. 20 new parking spaces for the sports hall will be inadequate and will neither cater for the school nor the proposed community users. As far as I can tell, Anglian Water have not been consulted about this proposal. There is no information from them on the planning portal. This is a serious oversight. Provision of water services and the connection of foul water drains leading into the already overloaded reef and treatment works are crucially important matters that must require input from Anglian Water. In terms of design, the 3 different architectural forms that make up the sports hall do not result in a successful single homogeneous building. The architecture is mediocre and utilitarian. More imaginative ways of mitigating the bulk of the sports hall element with its box-like appearance could have been considered. The separate changing room block has no natural daylight and would be an unpleasant and claustrophobic space to use. The inexpensive industrial materials do not visually enhance the building. The overall design fails to meet the recommendations of paragraph 12 of the NPPF, Achieving Well-Designed Spaces, and the Heritage and Designs Officer's comments have been disregarded. The siting of the sports hall on the existing playing fields is inappropriate. The building will appear incongruous and isolated in this position. The extent of the school's built environment is defined and limited by a long row of tall, mature lime trees. To build beyond this boundary, outside the town's settlement area, would have a negative impact on the open nature of the existing playing fields and on the visual appearance of the area when approaching Reefham from the south. It is unfortunate that the viability of the housing development on Rep 1, or perhaps we should say the desire of the developers to provide an excess of housing to increase their profits, has resulted in such a frugal and mediocre design for the proposed sports hall and in such an inappropriate location. The site for the sports hall, newly proposed by the applicants, is outside the Reefham settlement limit and has never previously been considered for development, nor has it undergone a landscape and visual impact assessment, a geophysical survey, a mineral survey, nor a specific approval process through the site allocations DPD involving public consultation and consideration by a planning inspector. On the basis of all this, I would ask you to please reject the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, do any of you have a question for the speaker, please? Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. It might be the officers might need to contribute to this as well. I think you stated that Sport England objected to use of the playing field, which I think they did originally. It would appear in paragraph 515 that they've now decided on balance that the benefits of the sport hall outweigh the loss of the playing field.
They object to the use of the playing field that's going to be used for the former playing field, which is going to be used for the Rep 1 housing development, the field on the left-hand side of the picture. I believe they have not objected to the use of part of the existing playing field for the sports hall.
Could officers reading the report, that's not how I read Sport England's response.
Yeah, I think you're correct insofar as in terms of the sports hall application, the outline, then they have no objection to it, so they're fine with that. I think that the speaker is equally correct that the point she is referring to is in relation to item 2, which is the residential scheme. So part of the residential scheme is going on what was rugby pitches. Now, I think that the committee report picks that particular point up insofar as it sets out the historic narrative around that particular parcel of land was never envisaged to remain as a permanent rugby pitch. I think that the history is set out in the report where when the school was expanded historically, and I think that went on to some of the playing fields at the time, there was like a land swap. So they did a deal to have a certain amount of land, and what happened is the current rugby pitches were left as an interim arrangement, and the landowner has allowed that to happen. But it was always a temporary thing, and that is sort of borne out by the fact that it's allocated as a housing site. So the objector's right. There is that outstanding objection, and hence that's why the recommendation requires us to go to Sport England before to the Secretary of State before we were to approve it. So you're both right.
We still need Secretary of State permission to use that section of the sports field for housing, but effectively, do we still need Secretary of State's permission to use the part of the playing field for the sports hall? That's okay. It's purely the other bit. Yeah. And has there been any overtures made to the Secretary of State yet, or right?
We wouldn't do that until it's finished.
Right.
So just for the avoidance of doubt, item 2 is the one that needs to be referred to the Secretary of State. Item 3 does not need to be referred and is as per the recommendation in your papers.
Thank you. Do any other councillors have questions for the speaker, please?
Am I allowed to just...
No, sorry. If you'd like to resume your seat, thank you. If we could have the next objector, please. Thank you. If you'd like to say who you're speaking on behalf of, and you have 6.5 minutes then. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm here as myself this time. My name's Helen Lindsay. And this talk is going to cover issues of our favourite subject, sewage, nutrient neutrality and habitat destruction. So as you will know, a letter from Natural England issued in March 2022 to authorities whose areas contain habitat sites where nutrient loads may have an adverse effect. Nutrient neutrality requires both foul and surface water flows to be demonstrated as neutral. To quote, under habitat regulations, competent authorities such as local planning authorities must assess the environmental impact on projects and plans that come forward which affect these sites. Local planning authorities can only approve a project if they are certain it will have no negative impact on the site's condition. It's clear from this quote that you are required to consider nutrient neutrality before planning permission can be granted, and a pending statement should not be used to circumvent this process. The Broomhill site is part of a waterway network that runs directly into the River Wensum. The county wildlife site adjacent to the site also feeds into a SSSI wetland at Whitwell Common. For this site, nutrient neutrality requirement is a core element of the planning application, equivalent to where the roads go. It's not an add-on requirement which can be accommodated by follow-up mitigation or minor adjustments. The assessment will fundamentally change the technical and financial balance of the development. This is evidenced by advice from a water engineer which stated that the scheme does not conform to required standards. Changes in the drainage design would require material impact on the scheme layout to make it feasible. Points include, there's no reference in the current design for exceedance and management of residual flood risk in the event that the drainage system fails or design limits are exceeded, i.e. if basins were to fail, that could contribute to flood risk elsewhere. The drainage design relies solely upon shallow infiltration. However, site investigation identifies a layer of stiff clay. Infiltration tests across the site and also include failed tests. Some soakaways are shown at the head of the slope. What hasn't been mentioned is this is on a hill, this entire site. At the head of a slope, and the long-term stability of these slopes is in question as there's no assessment of risk within the report. Soakaways are also shown crossing house boundaries. Neither the sports hall nor the cemetery have any drainage reports. So the most likely outcome of these points is an enhanced SLED scheme, which would require more space to be removed from amenity land allocation, which is already low. In addition, the financial viability assessment does not consider the impact of enhanced SUDs. The inclusion of grey water reuse, changes to soakaways and other interventions can cost up to a maximum of £3,000 per dwelling. Therefore, as well as the arrangement of the houses needing to change, there could also be a significant increase to the cost per dwelling. Sewage continues to be in the news, and we've repeatedly drawn attention to the limited capacity of Reefham sewage works, which also increased capacity at Lenwade and Corston. Taken together, since the 2016 assessment, there have been approximately 125 additional dwellings added to this facility and more coming through at build stage. Anglia Water stated that the foul drainage from the Broomhill development will have available capacity, but provide no evidence to back up this statement. Indeed, monitoring by the Rivers Trust in 2021 shows that the Reefham Water Treatment Centre spilled sewage into the environment 7 times, and that the water catchment area, there was a total 160 spills, adding up to 1,855 hours. This does not inspire confidence in the statement that there is capacity for a massive housing development in such an environmentally sensitive location. Given that these concerns are on the record, if the application goes ahead and flooding, sewage damage, or traffic accident due to the overcrowded roads occur, you'll be clear that there should be a documented route back to this committee. As with Grenville Tower, when the knowledge and warnings of local people are ignored because they do not fit with what people want to hear, there can, in the worst cases, be extreme consequences. Of course, I'm not suggesting that the risk to life for this proposal is close to what happened in Grenville, but I am raising it as a principle. Those responsible must be fully aware that the result of your decisions can have serious moral and potentially legal consequences of potential flood and sewage outflows. With those thoughts in mind, I just want to say a few words about environmental damage. All greenfield developments involve some loss of habitat, and in some situation you could argue that's a price worth paying. But in this case, we would loudly declare that no, this loss of habitat is not a price worth paying for this housing development, which the people of Reefham, when surveyed, resoundingly stated that they did not support. The development would result in the loss of at least 75% of the mature trees, light pollution in an area of previously darkness, ancient historic banks across the western end of Broomhill Lane would be lost, and the wetlands surrounding the proposed site, which are part of Norfolk Lowland Fenland, according to Natural England, vulnerable and at risk of fragmentation. The Environment Act 2021 requires all new development to deliver biodiversity net gain. This means the biodiversity value attributable to the scheme should be at pre-development levels plus 10%. This application will certainly be unable to deliver this level of protection. The Planning Committee should secure adequate mitigation in relation to the established biodiversity baseline, because as we know, people are only, the consultees
Thank you,
only
Mrs. Lindsay. You've
look
had
at the
your time.
existing site, not the surrounding areas which will be affected.
Thank you. Do any councillors have questions for the speaker, please? Yes, Councillor Vincent.
Thank you very much. And I just want to clarify, and that might be officers may need to help me on this one, is around the viability and your reference to the SUDs. Could I seek some clarification about how much that's been investigated, and if there is a risk that the affordable homes could be reduced further as a result of a further viability assessment? Thank you.
I think in terms of obviously where we are with viability, I mean, it originally came in at 20%. There was negotiations had with the applicant, and it increased to 28%, which is compliant with where we are based on the SHMA. I think in terms of how you get to that figure and any impacts in terms of the surface water drainage strategy and flooding, I mean, I think clearly the strategy on the table at present is endorsed by the lead local flood authority. So as the technical body who looks at that, there's no suggestion on their part that what is proposed won't work. So in terms of what we have before us, suggests it would work. Clearly, if there was a change in that position, you might have to reflect on extra cost in terms of viability, but we're not kind of in that place. And I can't imagine the lead local flood authority are going to suddenly say what they've endorsed previously is no longer accurate. So it could have an impact, but there's nothing to suggest what's on the table wouldn't work.
Yes, I'll let you speak because
Thank
it was
you.
addressed to you. Yes.
I would suggest that the impact of nutrient neutrality issue does change that situation, and therefore there would need to be a reassessment of the
Okay,
SUDs.
thank you. Do any other councillors have questions for the speaker? No? If you'd like to resume your seat, please.
I just clarify on the nutrients neutrality, because there was a statement made that we can't make a decision until that's been considered, and that's quite correct. The recommendation is to delegate authorization to make sure we address that nutrients neutrality issue. If that does have an impact on viability and changes the current status, then we would have to refer that back to you to be decided. So we're only asking for authorization as per it is and resolving the nutrient neutrality, assuming there may or may not be, depending on what that measure is, to address that. And it would be unlawful to issue permission without addressing that, and we have no intention of doing that. It is a consideration, but the recommendation is authorising us to deal with that. If it changes the current viability, then we would bring that back to you.
Thank you. We could have the next objector, please. Thank you. You could introduce yourself and say who you're speaking on behalf of, please.
I'm Mark Bridges. I'll be speaking twice, once for myself, before that for Hugh Ivans. Hugh Ivans is a retired North Norfolk district planner. This is on behalf of him.
Right, we have 6.5 minutes for each of those.
Application for Broomhill Lane ending 469. The officer's report fails to mention the length of Broomhill Lane, fronted by both existing and development and the school. There is more than 200 metres, and if developed would be used for parking for vehicles for long and short term. This will result in becoming a single width road for much of its length, leading to congestion problems. Why has a corridor of movement assessment not been undertaken on the surrounding road network? The issue of single width roads also applies to School Road, with significant lengths of on-road parking to Townsend Corner and Whitwell Road, which for a significant part of its length is a single width carriageway. The manual for streets dictates a user hierarchy of pedestrians, then cycles, then vehicles. The design of this road is designed with vehicles at the top of the table, which further demonstrates the site supports dormitory lifestyle development rather than rural, sustainable and policy compliance site. One of the many sections 106 details mentions a stopping up order for part of Broomhill Lane. I would refer the committee to the stopping up orders section under section 247 and 248 of the Town and Country Planning Act 1990 on this matter. I ask why the applicant has not sought this order, and they are able to do this prior to bringing this application before this planning committee. By not doing so, they leave plans open to constant change, which is clearly the advantage of the developer, but to the detriment of the people of Reefham. On the application for the site ending 847, there are significant policy issues to question this proposal. The officer's recommendation is primarily based on the council's JCS adopted in 2014 and site allocation DPD of 2016. However, no reference is made to the 2022 Greater Norwich local plan, where Broadland is a partner. That has recently completed its public examination and will supersede the JCS and associated documents. Officers accept in their report that there are significant material differences between the planning application and 2016 Rep 1 allocation, which is even more the case with the proposed Rep 1 GNLP application of 2022. MPPF 03, not mentioned in the officer's report, para 15 requires proposal to be genuinely plan-led, succinct and up-to-date, and provide a platform for local people to shape their surroundings. MPPF 04 para 48 requires LPAs to give weight to the relevant policies in emerging plans, to the extent where there are unresolved objections to the relevant policies. Also, para 49, requires that if the development is so substantial and the grant permission would undermine the plan making process by predetermination decisions about scale, location or phasing of new development, the site can therefore be predetermined as premature as the GNLP is not yet approved. Application for the sports hall ending 183. The sports hall has a key plank of the 2016 Rep 1 allocation and is retained in the 2022 Rep 1 GNLP allocation and has not yet been subject to any modification proposals. The location of the site is within the playing field to the south of the school park and is a site allocation DPD 2016 specifically ruled out any further development south of the car park. And this is maintained in the 2022 GNLP policies. Also, the proposed relocation severs any link with the Rep 1 allocation and the other than a Section 106 agreement of £1.5 million to facilitate its development. And that can be amended after 5 years, as the school head has gone on record stating that it might not be built in 5 years after all. The design and access statement accompanying the sports hall application states that the school benefits from use under license of approximately 8.8 hectares of further grounds and playing fields. This figure includes the 2.1 hectares on which Rep 1 houses are to be built. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody have a question for the speaker, please? No, thank you.
Could I have clarification on the statement that Helen Mellors made reference to this Secretary of State earlier? I couldn't hear what she said. Please.
I said item 2 needs to be referred to the Secretary of State, but item 3 does not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Just grab some water.
He's still got his second bit. Yeah. Okay, when you're ready, then you'll have 6.5 minutes. Thank you.
Sure. This is a general statement covering all three. Regarding the hedges along the private boundaries along Broomhill Lane, no planning certificate B have been served. Is this correct? The willow tree T50 is shown in my neighbour's property. It is in fact mine at Middlemarch. This demonstrates the topographical survey is as much as 2 meters out of calibration. This firmly sets in doubt the whole layout, certainly in terms of east-west positioning, and therefore means the survey for Park Lane will be inaccurate, especially Whitwell Road lanes, Whitwell Road splays, Broomhill Lane itself, and other key details. Ancient hedgerows in front of some gardens are lined to the tree lane adjacent to the westerly field. Are these protected? There appears to be no hedgerow or habitat study. The arboricultural impact assessment does not cover any trees along Park Lane Highway drawn as a track. It is a highway. This has several established oak trees adjacent to it. Furthermore, the same report states lime trees as beech trees on the south and west boundary of the southern site. This forms a natural green boundary and requires further consideration. What else is wrong with that report? These are fundamental issues and raise a doubt to the validity of condemning so many trees due to their condition just to accommodate these plans. Perhaps the tree consultant, Imogen Mole, should be empowered to consult her own independent study paid for by the applicant. TPOs have not been issued. The Environmental Act 2021 requires all new development to deliver we've done this earlier, sorry. It is unclear whether the school will increase the use of access of Broomhill Lane. This does not appear to have been considered in the design or traffic management plans. The air quality assessment is heavily loaded to construction pollution and little on factual objective data gathering. This is another misleading report and loaded to show no impact. A viability study overview released by MPS on 17th August 2020 is reported to Lovell on 18th May 21, and I quote, MPS has reviewed the Savills viability report in August 2020. However, due to passage of time, the assessment requires updating to prior to planning committee scheduled for June 21. Cost for materials, labour, and falling house prices of today means the financial viability profiles are much different. Couple that with a further requirement for both on-site works for nutrient neutrality mitigation and building regulations Part S. As of 15th June 22, require for each dwelling to have electric charging points. 987 kilowatts is the required additional power for this site and increases the substation by 100%, adding costs to this infrastructure installations have not been accounted for. Today's qualifier of affordable housing can and will likely be renegotiated, even though they're supposedly protected by Section 106. Affordable housing levels can be negotiated, but this won't be the case, or will it? This would mean production of yet another viability study. The claim of viability study is now not necessarily based on the so-called compliant level of affordable housing we see now is clearly hiding the facts that the site is not within compliant profitable thresholds. So simply put, do the work once, do it properly and save everybody a lot of time and money. The ever-evolving project submissions are barely fit for internal review by a local developer, by a leading local developer who have teams of people who should know what they're doing. Companies of this magnitude should be able to self-verify their proposals and not have us mere amateurs find so much in error and waste the time of this forum in an effort to try and present it as agreeable and viable. If I was presented with such poor work by my employees, they wouldn't be. I humbly suggest the applicant reconsider their proposals, complete required studies, correct significant and important errata, and wait until nutrient neutrality is fully understood, or put it to bed now, find sites that are viable, as opposed to this site, which is quite simply an exemplar of where not to build. An allocated site does not have to be delivered just to save the face of earlier stressed policy work. And as a footnote, profits for Lovell are double this year that they were of last year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, do you have any questions for the speaker, please? No, thank you. If you'd like to resume your seat, please. Right, thank you. We now move on to the supporters. If the first speaker could come forward, please. If you'd like to introduce yourself, and then you have up to 15 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, Ian Hill from Bidwells. Chair, before we start, would it be possible to ask the other speakers to come forward and do a joint presentation? As you said, it's intrinsically linked, and I think it will avoid repetition between the three speakers, if that's okay.
Yes, I'd be agreeable with that. So if you bring your chairs up.
I think it'll just save time more than anything.
Good morning. My name is Fraser Hall, and I'm the agent on behalf and representing Reefham High School, speaking in support of the proposals this morning. I'm also the opening speaker, as Ian has highlighted, of a combined group which includes the Lovell Housing, represented by Bidwells. I'd like to extend our collective thanks to the chairman and the committee for the opportunity to speak this morning. The applicants have worked collaboratively with officers and with consultees to bring forward beneficial and positive applications which accord with policy and deliver educational and community benefits to Reefham. We welcome the officers' recommendation to approve in respect to all of the applications. Collectively, the scheme delivers, or the schemes deliver, on a variation of an existing and subsequently emerging allocation for the provision of housing and the delivery of a new sports hall, including improved off-site highways works. With regards to the schools application specifically, it delivers much needed education and community sports facilities. And I'll hand over to Tim Gibbs, the head teacher, in due course to provide further detail on this. The scheme proposed would enable the delivery of a Sport England standard facility that enables a wide range of sports to be played, from badminton, netball, indoor football and beyond, in addition to changing facilities and further sports learning facilities. The building's position has been considered in relation to the existing playing fields and the requirements to deliver the range of summer and winter sports has all been met. Early pre-application discussions with officers focused on the ability to provide sufficient detail within the proposal to answer the question around delivery, despite the outline nature of the application. The scheme has been designed with a specific construction budget, and although the elevations and the drawings provided are indicative, the information supports the delivery of the hall of this type and design for the contributions provided for within the Section 106. The scheme has been located on the site to deliver the functional and operational needs of the school, and its proximity reduces the overall potential land take, given the ability to double the use of the existing car park for school and subsequently community users. The application has been submitted in outline form to allow the opportunity to review and confirm final designs at the reserved matters stage. But an application and a subsequent approval means that formal and meaningful conversations with funding bodies such as Sport England can be undertaken so that the school can deliver on the aspirations of the whole scheme and full phased approach. I would now like to pass over to the head teacher.
My name's Tim Gibbs, head teacher of Reefham High School. Pleased to meet you all. Really very, very much in support of this. I want to go through the key advantages and the benefits as we see them as a school. I've actually been at Reefham for 26 years. I arrived at Reefham in 1996 as head of PE, been there ever since. When I arrived in 1996, we started talking about the desperate need for sports hall at Reefham High School. Our current sports hall is a half-size sports hall. I think it was built in about 1972. It's about the size of this room, actually, just very slightly bigger. So I think we'd probably agree. We call it a sports hall, but it's not a sports hall because we are so limited in what we can do in it. If we could have a sports hall at our school, it would be a huge, significant step forward in our delivery of the national curriculum. We'd be able to deliver PE as it should be delivered. We'd be able to actually teach sports like badminton effectively, because when you've only got two badminton courts, you can't teach 25 kids badminton. There are so many things that we cannot do because of the lack of a sports hall. And crucially as well, although we have good outdoor, we have excellent outdoor facilities, excellent outdoor spaces. Indoor spaces are poor, and at the moment, with the national agendas of health and fitness and participation, indoor spaces are crucial. When it gets to the winter, and we're saying to the key stage 4 boys and girls in particular, whose participation drops off at about the age 14, we're going outside again, then they're not keen. And if we can deliver a curriculum indoors, which we'll be able to do with a sports hall, that will have huge effects on participation, not only at school, but then carrying on into the community when they leave school, when they have that post-16 drop-off as well. If we have this facility in the community, then we've also got the facility to be able to hopefully keep them involved. I don't think anybody would disagree with the huge benefits of a sports hall when you haven't got a sports hall. We are disadvantaged at Reefham. There are not many schools that have a sports hall. We are in what I'd call a sports hall vacuum. We're surrounded by schools in Aylsham and Fakenham and Dereham and Taverham, all with excellent sports halls. It's also another. I want to move on to my second reason why I think this is absolutely crucial for the school. And this is the housing development and the sports hall. Reefham High School is not full. Reefham High School is not full. So although we are nearly full, we are not full. We have not got enough pupils in our catchment to fill our school. Our number every year, our PAN is 162. Today is the first day of current year 7. We have 152. We're 10 short in that 1 year group. 10 pupils, £50,000, £250,000 over 5 years. That's a huge amount. Our college, Reefham College, which is an outstanding college, which has just delivered the most amazing results, it is not full. We have 217 pupils in Reefham College. We need 230. It was touched on earlier by the people. Reefham is disadvantaged in terms of transport routes. If you want to send your son or daughter to Reefham School, you have to get them there. And one of the reasons I believe that number I've just said in year 7 is below our PAN is because we have a huge number of out of catchment area pupils come to us. We're about 30 per year group. Nearly 20% of our school is out of catchment. We are more houses in our area will actually secure the financial viability of our school, because at the moment, because of the state of the world, then we have already seen this year a drop by 20 pupils wanting to come to Reefham High School. Where have those pupils, where have they gone? They're out of catchment pupils. And I do believe that parents' ability to get them able to pay for the transport to get them to Reefham actually is the significant factor. So, in terms of the financial security of the school, I really believe we need more houses nearby, and the sports hall also is a huge attraction. When you are looking at schools around the area as a parent and as a pupil, and not every single pupil is in love with sport, but most of them are, and you see that we have no sports hall, we have no AstroTurf, and we're talking about schools surrounding us. We've got sports halls and AstroTurfs, 1 or 2 swimming pools. Then that's a significant effect, and we are in the market. We do need to attract pupils. The final huge benefit that I believe this will offer the school is a knock-on effect, really. Our current sports hall, as I said, is about the size of this room, a little bit bigger. When that is no longer needed to be a sports hall, the plan of the school would be to turn that into a performing arts centre. Our other huge weakness in our facilities at Reefham is the drama and performing arts. Our current sports hall is perfect to turn into a theatre, and also, Reefham is not the cultural capital of Norfolk, but it's quite a cultural place, actually. And I think that to have that facility that would be available not just for school, but for community use would be, for me, a huge knock-on, because we'd then have no clear, obvious weak areas of facilities. So we'd get a performing arts centre out of it in the future as well. And the final thing I'd like to say, please, is we have a huge playing field. Yeah, we are not short of playing field. The field, as we look at the map on the left, a little bit out left, we no longer have that. We no longer use that. We had that briefly, released that, but that's gone. We've not been using that since earlier this summer. And there are sheep on there, I believe, at the moment. At least they were a fortnight ago when I was there. So, we have a huge sports field, and we can deliver everything we want to deliver outside very happily and easily with a sports hall built in the corner of that. And as a PE teacher by trade, I know that's the truth. Thank you.
Ian Hill from Bidwells. As has already been said, I'm representing Lovell, who are bringing forward the residential element of the scheme. As again, you've already heard, the proposal is part of a much wider scheme that's been the result of a number of years of collaborative working between Lovell, Reefham High School and College, the County Council and the Council to bring forward a site that is allocated in both the adopted and emerging development plan. The proposals have been arrived at following extensive consultation, and we've taken time to ensure that the comments raised by statutory consultees, such as the LLFA, have been fully addressed. This includes the highway and access strategy, which has been discussed in detail with the County Highway Authority. Lovell have a proven track record of delivering high-quality developments in Norfolk and are keen to ensure that the development respects and reflects the distinctive character of the area. Whilst the development of any greenfield site for housing will inevitably result in a change to the appearance of the area, a comprehensive landscaping scheme will be delivered to ensure that the impact of the development on the wider landscape is minimised. The layout and design have been subject, as we've already heard, to lengthy discussions with the Council's Senior Conservation and Design Officer, as well as the Tree Officer and NCC Highways. As a result of this, the scheme creates 3 distinct character areas that try to draw on the local vernacular. A central element of the layout is the retention of the historic route of Broomhill Lane, which crosses the site. This will be retained in its current form as far as possible, with additional open space provided either inside to ensure that the route retains its green setting. Again, as we've heard, the development will deliver 28% affordable housing in line with the most recent assessment of needs and a mix of dwelling types to meet local needs. This has been agreed with the Council's Housing Enabling Officer. The site also provides policy-compliant children's play areas and extensive landscape areas. It will also make Section 106 contributions towards informal open space, as well as a 1.5 million contribution towards the new sports hall. In addition, in accordance with the requirements of the policy, the scheme makes provision for a cemetery, which is located immediately adjacent to the existing cemetery. The suitability of this land for a cemetery has been confirmed by the Environment Agency. As well as the improvements to Broomhill Lane, the development will provide a £100,000 bus subsidy to increase the frequency of buses servicing Reetham. Improvements to the pedestrian route into the town centre will also be provided, as well as improvements to the pedestrian crossing to the primary school. All of these will existing benefits as those accommodated by the new development. Moving on to the sports hall, as we've heard, the land is outside the current application. However, it ensures that it will be located in the most operational efficient site from the school's perspective. I would argue that this is a significant material consideration. And again, as we've heard, it does not prejudice the high school's ability to deliver the PE curriculum. However, what it does do is free up additional land within the allocation, allowing Lover to deliver additional homes, which in turn enables them to make a significant contribution towards the provision of the sports hall, as well as making sure that 28% affordable housing is provided. The sports hall will be available for community use, and as has already been said, the proposals will deliver highway improvements that will be benefit for the wider community. To conclude, I would re-emphasise this is an allocated site in the adopted local plan, and the allocation will be rolled forward into the emerging Greater Norwich local plan. Whilst the proposals before you today do differ slightly from what was envisaged at the time of the current local plan, there are more dwellings and the sports hall falls outside the allocation. The proposal represents the best solution for all parties. The proposal has been developed over a number of years, working collaboratively with key stakeholders to ensure it is the best possible scheme. I'd just like to address a few points that have been raised in various comments this morning, just specifically in relation to energy. Lovell do propose to provide air source heat pumps, and I believe there is a condition attached to the draft consent to require renewables to be provided in accordance with council policy. In addition, in terms of electric vehicle charging points, one per unit will be provided, or per dwelling, which is now a building regs requirement. So in light of the above, I hope you will feel able to endorse the recommendation of your officer and grant planning permission. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. So all three of you finished now?
Yeah,
Thank you very much. Right, councillors, do you have any questions? Councillor Hempsall.
Chairman, I have two questions, please, of the head teacher, and they both relate to the sports hall. The first one is related to the sustainability of that building. There are rumours about that schools are threatening to close due to the inefficiency of the way the buildings are heated due to the rising costs of fuel. Can you assure me that the design of the building is such that it will not prejudice the funding of the school? That's my first question, please, Chairman.
I'd have to seek advice. What I can tell you is the heating of the current sports hall is a disaster, and I do not believe that any new building will not, in fact, improve that situation in the short term. But I haven't got that in detail. I can't answer that. Sorry.
Thank you.
The second question is...
just one moment, please. The officer wants to respond to that.
Yeah. I guess just to pick up the point, it's a perfectly sensible thing to highlight. Obviously, we have the reserve matters that would need to follow up any outline approval, so we could certainly pick it up at that point. I'm sure the school would be as keen as you to make sure that it's sort of energy efficient. Would obviously be bound by any building regulations at the time as well, which I think this is alluded to by the agent. The trajectory of that is that it gets more challenging for developers anyway. So I think it's fair to say you could certainly pick it up reserve matters.
Right.
Thank you. That makes perfect sense, because as the Levels representative has already said, that there are considerable sustainability elements built into the residential aspect of the application. But the second is about the use of the building. Clearly, you intend it to be for community use, and you did allude to participation, particularly of girls in sports. I noted, and this may just be a report omission, that the provision is still very centred on boys' sports. So although football is becoming incredibly popular amongst girls, especially due to the success of our international football team and rugby, there is still scarce mention of how the traditional girls' sports like hockey, netball are going to be accommodated within the new provisions. So could you just please assure me that there is going to be a better balance moving forward in terms of those sports? Thank you.
I wish I had my head of PE here, but he would tell you, when we talk about football at school, football is boys and girls. Girls do football at our school. We do rugby. Girls do rugby as well at school. So I think that we've got a really good balance there already. This was a great, the participation figures suggest that the girls drop off at 14 and at 16 due to not really enjoying the traditional competitive sports. We still have to provide that because there's still a huge number of them that really do enjoy that. So we have to do that. We've just actually spent a bit of money trying to make our tennis court surface really, really smooth and good so we can play hockey, because we haven't got a decent hockey space. But a decent sports hall, we'll do indoor hockey, certainly, because that provides the perfect surface. But if you want reassurance that we are absolutely 100% totally aware of the need to promote girls in sport as much as boys, then I can assure you of that. We definitely have that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Karimi.
Hi. I'm particularly interested in the energy efficiency of new housing nowadays, especially with social housing. You said you're installing heat pumps. Is that for every house?
Yeah.
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 And have you considered solar panels as well?
I believe at the moment it's just air source heat pumps, but there is a condition that is required. I think, as we said, as part of the consent, that will require a full detailed strategy to be provided for it. I'm sure as part of that, all options will be considered, including photovoltaics. But at the moment, I think we are going down a route of air source heat pumps.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Leggett.
Thank you, Chairman. For clarification, gentlemen, you have listened to the presentations, the 7 presentations that were being made, and certainly Mr. Tom Smith and several of the others made many references to not complying with conditions and legality and even not lawful. Are you, can you assure me that you were aware of what's been raised, and as far as you're concerned, that the application is legal and meets the requirements? I'm obviously going to check with the officers later, but you must have been aware of listening to what they said. I must admit, I didn't take down everything particularly that Mr. Smith raised, but they were significant, and I would like your brief comments on that, please.
Yes. From our view, everything has been complied with. It is legal. We collectively, Lovell have taken legal advice. The committee reports have been reviewed to ensure that exact issue has been addressed. And the advice that's come back from House Percival is that everything has been addressed in a very robust and efficient manner. I think that's testament to the committee report, which is before you. It addresses many of the points, such as what is seen as the departure from the development plan in terms of the sports hall not being provided within that allocation. All of that has been addressed. I think it's very robustly addressed in the committee report, in my view. So we're entirely comfortable.
Thank you. Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Chairman. I've got a couple of questions, if I may, please. Firstly, to Mr. Hill. You referred to extensive consultation with key stakeholders. I'm interested to know who you consulted with and whether, before I go any further, perhaps you could help the committee understand who you consulted with, please.
Yeah, no problem at all. I think, as was mentioned by one of the speakers earlier, we did hold a public consultation event. It was held on the 10th of February at the Town Hall, and it ran from 3:30 to 7:30. The event was advertised by leaflets which are distributed throughout the entire town. At that event, which I attended myself, we had representatives from the school, from Brown and Co, as well as Lovell. We were all on hand to make sure that any questions that the local community had were answered as best they could. That was at a time when the application was still being prepared prior to submission. In advance of that, we also had discussions, obviously, as you would, pre-application discussions with council officers. Once the application was submitted, and that's probably more what I'm referring to in my speech, again, as is evidenced by the committee reports and the extent of the comments that have been made, there has been ongoing negotiation with Norfolk County Council Highways, with the lead local flood authority, with Sport England, to make sure that we can get to the situation where we are today, that there are no what we call technical objections to the scheme. So that's what I'm referring to as stakeholder engagement. I hope that answers the question.
It does. I guess just question, was the public consultation particularly well supported?
I'd need to check. We had 159 people who attended, and we got 93 feedback forms.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. My other question, if I may, is to the head teacher, Mr. Gibbs. Thank you very much for explaining what the impact would be for your school. I guess I'm just looking for some reassurance in terms of the capacity of building the sports hall on the playing field. I'm hearing different views about the impact, what that impact of siting the sports hall on school land would be, and looking for your reassurance. One, I think you mentioned that you have excellent outdoor space, and I think you said it wouldn't compromise that, but I just wanted to double check that.
Yeah, the history is simple. When Reefham College was built, when we built our sixth form in 2012, we built that on a site that we use for football pitches. And obviously, you can't just do that. So we had to secure the field next to us, which is a huge field. And when we've secured that, I believe in sort of part exchange, we offered them the field that has been referred to as the rugby field today. So we haven't owned that for a decade, and we've just leased it a little bit, but we've hardly used it because, as has been mentioned for other reasons, it's a bit slopey. It's not really you couldn't really put an athletics track on. It'd be more of a cross country course in itself, really. The field we had to secure at the time it's huge. As well, I'm thinking right in my head of other schools that I can think of who have got as big a field. And I can't think of any, actually. We've got a bigger school field, I'm sure, sports field, than anything anywhere near here at all. And there is a couple of graphics up there that shows layouts of pictures, which are very roughly right. But there is nothing that we would have to not provide in terms of a rugby pitch or a football pitch or whatever by putting the sports hall on there. In fact, the corner the sports hall is in, to be really honest, we don't use it. We just don't use it. We put an occasional rounders pitch in there, so that I am a PE teacher by trade. We have plenty of space there. We have excellent fields.
Okay, thank you. And just a follow-up question to that: if by building the sports hall on site, would that compromise any future expansion of the school? Should you wish to do that?
I think we're looking so far to the future because, as I established already, you only expand schools, you only get funding to expand schools really when your catchment area itself provides more than enough pupils for you to and we are so far from that. So I think we're looking so far in the future. But again, if we were to build another, let's say somebody gave us lots of money, we could build a two-story brand new block, we wouldn't put it anywhere near the sports hall. We'd probably fill it in, so probably near to where the gym is at the moment. But so the answer is no.
No. Okay. Thank you very much.
Right. Any further questions from councillors for these speakers, please? No? Thank you. If you'd like to resume your seats, please. And then Councillor Beadle, please. And when you're ready, Councillor Beadle, you have up to 15 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, there's a lot of paperwork that I've got. Undoubtedly, there's far more on file. But first of all, can I say thank you, Mr. Chairman, members, and I would like to thank all those who are here today and all those who have contributed to the debate on these planning applications. I am speaking as the local member, as I've recorded in my declaration of a non-pecuniary interest, and not as a member of a committee member, and I will not vote on these applications. The officers have identified 100 different points raised by the community, and different contributions are significantly more than this. The Town Council has also made relevant points, including that the construction traffic plan, including the points, should be provided. I reported in December 2020 in a leaflet to the residents of Reefham that confirmed again that the Broomhill site had been allocated for development in the site allocation document, which was adopted on the 14th of June 2016, 6 years ago. Many legitimate previous and current concerns should have been taken into account in the inspector's report before the site allocation document was adopted. Therefore, many arguments I have sympathy for, which are before today's meeting, should have been taken into account prior to when the site allocation document was adopted. The site allocation document gave a presumption that this site would be developed for residential and other associated matters outlined in the document. The District Council is put in the position that some form of residential development will have to be approved, either by the District Council itself or by an inspector on appeal. The main question is what sort of a development is possible. Saying no to all planning proposals will not, in the end, be fruitful, as those decisions will be overturned on appeal. In particular, the site allocation document states that the site will accommodate approximately 100 to 120 houses in total, including a sports hall. Given refusal eventually is not a realistic option, I support the applications on the basis I cannot find another similar approved planning application with as many community benefits as this one provides. But there would have been more benefit to all if the town had a neighbourhood plan. However, I urge the planning committee to have a site visit to see for themselves what these proposals mean on the ground and to the residents of Reefham. Firstly, Broomhill Road widening and footways. The vehicle access to the residential development was determined by the planning inspector and was included in the site allocation document to be from a realigned and improved Broomhill Lane, which this does. The proposal provides for the provision of speed cushions. My view is that nip points would have been preferable, but highways argue that there are no suitable parts of the road for nip points because of vehicle access is needed for existing properties. I also argued for better pedestrian crossing facilities on the Park Lane to Smugglers Lane route on the Durham Road to allow increased pedestrian access from the development by the improved unmade part of Park Lane to the surgery. But I am told there is insufficient space, but argue that this is even more of a stronger reason for improvements to be made. The main application west of Broomhill Lane. Firstly, the change of site for the sports hall. The sports hall for school and community use was originally planned to be on land of Broomhill Lane. For practical reasons, the school and college wanted it nearer the main school facilities for ease of use. For organisational reasons, and will give access onto the school main car park and Whitwell Road. As an out-of-school hours sports facility, this new position will also remove this out-of-hours traffic from the new development and from Broomhill Lane without significantly adversely affecting the through route of Whitwell Road. To make this new facility happen, there will be a developer contribution of 1.5 million. This new position allows the developer to increase the number of residences to 141 at a similar density to the rest of the site. This new higher figure, although not ideal, has arguably less impact on the immediate area than a sports hall, but does generate the ability for more community provision, e.g. for affordable housing and public transport provision. Then if we go on to affordable homes, the development on the allocated site provides for 28% affordable homes, which is significantly more than some applications this council has approved. These are made up of 19 houses, 4 flats and 3 wheelchair accessible bungalows, all to let, plus a further 14 properties for shared ownership. All the let properties will be given preference to people with a Reefham connection. This should provide some relief and opportunity for those who have been on the waiting list for years. The need for provision of affordable housing has provided a concern to me by local residents. Can I say, of the ones who support this application, it's affordable housing they are pushing for. The last Reefham development with the provision of new affordable and general accommodation was off Corson Road, which was decades ago, and there is a need within the Reefham area which this will help satisfy. Then we move on to traffic. The amount of traffic to be generated by this development near the site and within the town is a serious concern, particularly the traffic congestion on the route to the schools at opening and closing times. But the planning inspector has accepted that approximately 100 to 120 homes is acceptable. So the inspector implicitly accepts that traffic generated up to approximately 120 homes is not grounds for refusal of the planning application. There is no available land to significantly improve the highways, particularly at Townsend Corner. So to ameliorate the proposed increase above the approximate 120 number, and it's always approximately, a condition is imposed of £100,000 to subsidise public transport. I would prefer this money to be used to increase the frequency of the bus service, but only implementation of this policy will determine how effective this will be. Without education provision, without doubt, this development will result in increased demand for educational facilities. As we've heard, the high school and college accept a lot of students from outside its natural catchment area, and students from any Reefham development would have preference. Recent indications are that the primary school intake is peaking, and so based on best predictions, there should be sufficient educational facilities in the area. Yesterday, I spoke to Reefham Nursery, and they have relocated to within the primary school for their mutual benefit, which indicates that the school anticipates long-term spare capacity that the nursery is able to use. So as of the beginning of this term, the nurseries are operating within the primary school. Then we go on to environmental support within the development. There will be a loss of some trees, but the detailed plans incorporate specialist enhanced planting above the norm to provide safe habitats for wildlife within the site and for strengthened natural boundaries. These habitats will provide shelter and homes both for residents and visiting protected birds and mammals beyond what is currently there. The existing habitats will be protected from damage during construction. These areas will complement the amenity areas within the site and are in addition to the areas set aside for the disposal of stormwater. Can I say, if you look at the drainage plans, that they are a result of detailed site surveys, and some areas of the site have soakaways and some of them go to the big drainage pools. So these areas will be a home for wildlife as well as a habitat. The provision of an extension to the cemetery for the town will also coincidentally become a green area. I instinctively support Natural England in supporting nutrient neutrality, and that this should be addressed in all future developments, including this one. Although it is to be addressed by condition, there should be no equivocation on their implementation. Healthcare provision. According to the report to the Planning Committee, there should be healthcare provision of £283,585 for sustainable healthcare in the area, particularly for the additional residents generated by the development. But according to the council policies, all the provision of health services is not a planning consideration and cannot be taken into account in deciding a planning application. A position I think is at best unfortunate. These policies need readdressing. The application for a new sports hall at Reefham High School and College. This outline application is for a new sports hall which will dramatically improve the indoor sports facilities and enable the school and college to deliver an enhanced programme for PE. It would then allow the existing sports hall to be converted to a modern performance arts building for the school and community. So the approval of this application would give students and the community much more than a sports hall and help enable students to stay local when choosing specialist subjects. There is much concern raised about the use of existing school playing areas. The area where part of the residential area is planned is not owned or occupied by and is fenced off from the school. The remaining part of the field extends to such an extent where this is where the sports hall is going. The school will still be able to stage a cricket match and an athletics competition at the same time. Can I say, do you know any other school where you could do both those at the same time? And that is without encroaching on the extensive school allotments. My only concern is that the detailed planning stage, the council should request a better design than that shown on the indicative drawings. Then I would go on to a missed opportunity in neighbourhood plan. The town missed a significant opportunity to have an important input into the planning criteria for Reefham when the previous town council declined to have a neighbourhood plan. I propose that the town should have one within a few months of being elected, and the council declined. It is a town council decision. If the process had been started, it should have been completed and be in place now, and with the weight of a referendum of the electorate of the town supporting policies decided within the town. A neighbourhood plan covers many things. By using mainly grant-funded professional consultants, the residents of the town would be consulted by questions on many issues, in what type of, if any, a development should be, what facilities should be provided or improved, and crucially, a neighbourhood plan has to be taken into account by Broadland in deciding planning policies and planning applications. All this is done with the help and support of Broadland District Council. When a residential planning application is successful, the developer has to pay the community infrastructure levy, which is SIL for short, of which 15% goes to the town council for community facilities. If the town had completed a neighbourhood plan, this would have risen to 25%, as the council would know what the public wants and it would be supported by public vote. Supporting the community. I am not in the driving seat on this or any other development, as it has been suggested to me. I've been lobbied by all sides on this development, and my instinct is that the greatest number of contacts who venture an opinion on the type of development are those who support significant provision of affordable housing. There have been reports of progress about development to the local government board meeting at various points, though only as information, not for any decision-making role. This is because responsibility have been split so that The responsibility for capital and the buildings is with the parent body, Synergy Academy Trust, and teaching provision is with the Reefham High School and College Governing Board. So no, I have not been driving this scheme
Your
forward.
time is up, Councillor Beadle.
Chairman, members, this is an allocated site of interest to another developer who walked away. This developer, and I am sure that the prodding by office has come up with innovative ideas that combine many aspirations with many benefits for the community on allocated site. I urge members
Thank
to
you,
approve
Councillor
this
Beadle.
application unanimously in accordance with the officer's recommendation.
Right. Do any councillors have questions for Councillor Beadle, please? No? Okay. Thank you. Right. And we've got a statement from Councillor Peck to be read out. So.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm just going to read out, in the absence of Councillor Peck, his comments. I'm the District Councillor for the adjoining ward, and I'm also the County Councillor for Reefham Division. I'm concerned that this application exceeds the number of dwellings agreed in the local development plan. If local plans can be ignored or overridden in this way, then we have to question the point of them. Secondly, I am disappointed that alternative access to the site was not pursued, which would have relieved the congestion in the area, especially at school drop-off and pick-up times. I understand that there was the potential to run an access road from the site to the B1145, which would have avoided other properties and the area around the school. End of comments.
Thank you. Right, councillors, over to you now. Councillor Hempsall.
Chairman, I was just going to ask for a short comfort break, please. We've been going for 2 hours.
You do that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, we'll have 5 minutes or so from now. Thank you. Resume, please. Now, over to you, councillors, for your comments, please. Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll start off the debate. I think we've had this morning an excellent presentation on both sides, for both sides of the argument, and I thank the members of the public who've turned up and done the homework and worked on a very well coordinated case. I think we've heard how the concerns are regarding parking, regarding impact on the community, regarding school times and sustainability, which I thought was very interesting. The transport and lack of public transport, which I think is a Norfolk issue anyway. And I know that County Council-wise, we're now working with a project to, in fact, improve public transport. And in fact, I think one of the comments in the papers was that from highways that a 20-mile-per-hour speed limit at the school should be one of the conditions. And I believe at the latest Norfolk County Transport Plan, that was part of the plan to have a 20-mile-per-hour speed limit at all Norfolk schools. But every school in Norfolk actually has an issue at starting and leaving times. I speak from experience as being cabinet member for Children's Services, because I get representations on that constantly. And at the moment, we have to live with it, and it is twice a day, and there we go. The crux of the matter, I think, was identified by the local member in the fact that this is an allocated site. Therefore, something will be built sooner or later. And I think we have to weigh up whether this particular application complies, whether it provides what it was identified when the site was allocated. We have to assess whether the residential aspect and the sports hall aspect is a benefit. Is it the best we can get? I think when you look at then the applications in front of us, yes, the number of units has been increased, but then you look at the actual on balance, the community benefits, the benefits to the school, the affordable housing allocation, the actual proposals and the design and the mix of house types. We've got bungalows there. We've got family houses. Environmentally wise, we've heard from the developer that they're looking at air source heat pumps and electric charging points on every house. From my point of view, that aspects that I've raised there, I think that actually tips the balance, and I support. Are we dealing with all three applications in one go?
Yes, if you want to move, you need to move each one
I would
individually.
we support the officer's recommendation in all three cases. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Folger.
Chairman, yes, I would support what Councillor Fisher is proposing there. Just one or two comments. I think clearly that the developers have across Norfolk developed quite a few high profile sites to a very high standard, and this was the case when I was the portfolio holder for housing, and clearly this is continuing, and I think the variety of tenancies which is shown on the affordable housing element is entirely credible, and what is needed now, and clearly it will make provision for appropriate applications on that. And returning to the sports hall, I think
comments raised about the desirability of this are entirely acceptable, and and it's very important that as far as Reefham is concerned and the education facilities in the area, that this should be accepted. And I think they have very positive ideas on how the proposed sports hall should be used and the facilities therein. And clearly, I think that is an important feature, and I think that's entirely satisfactory. And basically, with the building of properties on there, obviously the school numbers will increase, and the education facility will be, as a result, improved. And obviously, as far as the item one is concerned, those improvements are very necessary, and I think taken collectively with the other two elements, that represents a very desirable and satisfactory improvement in the area, because clearly some of the transport links and road connections in the area are in need of improvement. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I'd just like to second Councillor Fisher to go with the officer's recommendation on all three applications. Got Councillor Riley next, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's quite a complex application actually, because as I agree with Councillor Fisher, actually, both sides have made very good contributions, and I think there's some concerns, genuine concerns, that I need before I could actually vote for this particular application. Need ironing out, some considerations still. So there was concerns raised around the affordable delivery of the affordable housing, and that's in relation to, you know, the site is absolutely correct. It's already got permission for, it's already an allocated site in terms of the number, which is 120. This is taking it up further. It's a scheme. It's got, you know, a whole range of other things to it. So it is actually outside of the development plan, and that's why it's here, I guess, and also because the member called it in. So it's whether this application actually is okay in terms of material matters and concerns that have been raised. So the concerns that have been raised around affordable housing is that there are a number of issues with the site. And I note as well that Norfolk County Council put in 2 objections, and that as a consequence of that, some issues are going to have to be covered under those objections in terms of the badger situation, etc. And it looks like a number of other surveys are going to have to be completed from what I'm seeing here. And I'm just trying to get to the officer's recommendation on conditions as well. So I think the concern that's being raised, and we've seen this before, we've all had the experience, I think most of us as ward members, where we've got an allocation for a certain number of affordable housing, the project's going ahead, then we're also asked for reconsideration, goes off to independent view by an independent body, company, whatever, and we've had the allocations reduced because now they're not affordable. And I think this was a genuine concern that's been raised by the residents as well. And I'm just concerned that not everything's in place here, and that are then more financial issues going to roll out that actually mean that a number of these affordable allocations, this figure we've got here, this percentage, drops off. I think that's a genuine concern that we could have some clarification back from the officers, perhaps. So I'd ask for that clarification really on this.
As far as I've already mentioned, that at the moment we're basing our recommendation to you, and I just want to emphasise that we have made it really clear that item 2 is contrary to policy. So it's the other material considerations coming forward, which Councillor Fisher has also picked up on. as outlined in our report. So we're not saying it is in line with the current allocation. As far as viability and information we've got to date, we are looking to secure that, subject to resolving all the outstanding issues, and that's referral to the Secretary of State on item 2, on the Sports England objection, and also resolving the nutrients neutrality. If at any time before a permission is issued, a new material consideration comes forward, and that may be viability, we don't know that, we can't make assumptions, then it would have to come back for you. If we're actually recommending this scheme to you with 28% affordable housing. I think there was just another update Chris was going to mention.
Yeah, just a couple of points on that. I think in terms of the kind of viability side of it, without getting too far into that, I think as Helen's alluded to, once you sign up to that as part of the legal agreement, then they're committed to that for 5 years. There is no right of appeal against that figure. So they couldn't just get consent and then instantly say, oh, well, I can only provide 15%. So there is a period against which they can't appeal that. So I think there is an element that, if they're saying they're going to provide 28, then if they want to deliver it in the very near future, then they will have to do that. There is no appeal process on that. I think just in terms of the other point you raised, conditions sort of 10 to 14 are a combination of sort of ecology and biodiversity related. So I think your point was a fair one. There was certainly further work done on the badger issue, which has resulted in the content of those conditions.
Okay, so thanks for that clarification. But there's also been this issue that the residents have raised, and also Greg Peck, who wrote in as well, around an alternative route. There's been much spoke about in terms of the B roads going to Reetham, which I'm fully aware of when I travel through and into Reetham on occasions, and also taking my son off to rugby, who's a rugby player, by the way, to understand the need here. And the route that Greg talked about in terms of consideration, why wasn't that considered?
I mean, I think from the officer's perspective, the application came forward with what's on the table. I'm not sure how much debate there was about coming in from I think it's the north, isn't it, that it connects into. So I don't know whether that's actually ever been on the table, how much work, if any, has been done to take it down that route. Clearly, if it was an option, then we would have looked to consider that. But Broomhill Lane was what was put forward, and that's kind of what we're determining today. I could ask Dave whether there was any understanding from his perspective of discussions on that.
Not from me, no. It's not been part of the consultation.
So, no.
Well, I've got clarification. Last one. There's also references made to car parking and water standing, and I think the reference was made, but I can't remember the resident's name actually, about an assessment was done for a certain amount of cars, and actually that need is now greater. There's not been a reassessment on that. Is that correct?
Is that in terms of the sports hall application, or generally across the whole application?
Yeah, there was specifics around there were specifics around the assessment that's been done on coping with the water ingress from the site, and that they're saying that they haven't actually taken into account the extra cards that have now been put in the application. So the surface area is now a greater surface area.
I mean, I suppose take each side in turn. In terms of the residential application, then clearly, I think, as you can see from the report, there was a full drainage strategy submitted for that, which has gone through the lead local flood authority. So I think they would take up any kind of implications in terms of runoff, permeable surfaces, impermeable surfaces. I think in terms of the sports hall one, then I'm not 100% sure whether the lead local flood authority would have commented on that. They wouldn't ordinarily, due to the size of that application. I'd have to check through, see what conditions, if any, are on that one. Let me have a quick look. You do have a condition number 6 surface water drainage strategy. Yeah, so you have a condition on the outline, surface water drainage number 6, and I think, as Helen has just alluded to, equally you have a reserve matters application to follow, so you would fully understand what the impacts of that were. So I think both applications are probably covered in different ways.
So additional surveys required on that as well.
Your condition number 6, suggested surface water drainage, will be a fairly standard one. So it will be to submit full details of your surface water drainage strategy to be agreed and then implemented and retained. So you have that on the outline, but the reserve matters would inevitably feed into that as well.
Okie dokie.
Okay, Councillor Hempsall, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I agree with Councillor Fisher. We had an incredibly good report, and I'm really grateful to all of the objectors who came here and very succinctly put forward their objections to the applications. I was slightly confused by Councillor Beadle's contribution to the meeting, especially with his criticism of Reefham Parish Council for not engaging in a neighbourhood plan. I presume he's not seeking re-election on that basis. What I'd really like to say in terms of the applications is Reedham and Acle wards that I represent were both in the joint course strategy. They were termed as key service centres of comparable size. Acle, like Reefham, has a preschool, a primary school and a high school. And in the last couple of years, we've had applications for considerable growth, and that includes 138 houses developed by Repton Homes, another 38 by the railway station, and 51 assisted living units. And to the best of my knowledge, not a single one of them is being fitted with an air source heat pump. Not a single one of them has an electric vehicle connection point, apart from mobility scooters, obviously the assisted living place. And the high school, I believe, is going to be the one with the most outdated sports hall in the entire Greater Norwich local plan area. So I'm quite envious of the benefits that Reefham stands to receive from these applications, and I think there's some lessons that I need to learn about negotiating skills when it comes to new development in my area. And on that basis, I'm going to be supporting the applications. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Leggett.
Thank you, Chairman. I was able to follow Councillor Fisher's proposal on this, and on balance, it really does add up. When I look at the recommendation on page 113, I mean, S106, head of terms, there are 8, and conditions, there are 21. And I just, as I made the previous point, I tried to listen to the comments made by the presentations, and, you know, there were a lot of concerns. Can I just be assured from the officer that under those heads of terms and conditions that all the concerns legally and otherwise that were raised have been covered? Because you must be well aware of all the points that were raised. And when I look at those 21 conditions and the heads of terms, it must be covered. And I certainly, if I get that approval from you, I would support it.
Yeah, I think in terms of certainly the second application for the housing, I think there's 33 conditions actually, and then all the requirements of the legal agreement as well. So I think from an officer's point of view, then I think we've covered everything we think we need to cover for the purpose of conditions and legal agreement. So yeah.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Vincent.
Chairman, thank you. And I'd also like to echo the thanks to the members of the public for your very, if I can get my words out, very thorough presentations today. And also it's really helpful to have the head teacher here to hear the impact for the school. So thank you for attending. I guess I have one concern that remains, and it is something that's been raised today, and that's around the highways access, around the visibility displays. And I know that's covered by a number of the conditions, but I'm mindful we have present with us a representative of the Highways Authority, and I just wondered if they're able to reassure us on any of those points, please.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, the Highway Authority has looked quite carefully at the access proposals. The improved Broomhill Lane would be appropriate for the level of development proposed. Clearly, visibility displays from Broomhill Lane to Whitwell Road are safety critical. And I believe the Highway Authority has been quite clear in our representations that we would require both visibility displays to be provided before anything happens on the site. Does that help?
Right. Any further comments, councillors? No. Well, we'll go to the vote then. We'll do this individually. The first application, number 1, 2020-0469 Broomhill Lane, which was the highway upgrade recommendation on page 30, proposed by Councillor Fisher, seconded by myself, that we go with officer's recommendation. All those in favour, please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, Chairman.
And against?
1 against.
And 1 abstention. Thank you. So that's carried. And then the second application, 2020-0847, land west of Broomhill Lane, which is the main housing development, proposed by Councillor Fisher, seconded by myself, that we go with officer's recommendation as set out on pages 113 and 114. All those in favour, please show.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, Chairman.
Against?
1, 2, 3, Chairman.
Thank you. That's carried. And the third application is 2020-1183, the Reefham High School and College Sports Hall, proposed by Councillor Fisher, seconded by myself, that we go with the officer's recommendation as set out on page 130. All those in favour, please show.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Sorry, can I just do it again, Chairman? Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, Chairman.
And against?
1 against.
So that's carried. So that concludes those applications. Thank you. So members of the public, you're welcome to stay or go as you see fit. Thank you.
Just need to swap over officers.
Hmm? 1:30. 4 hours. We're ready for the next application, 2022-0034, the Dinosaur Park at Western Longville. That's over to Glenn for the presentation.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, rather, sorry. Application at Raw Dinosaur Adventure in Western Longville. It's a hybrid application comprising part outline and part full. The full come in 2 phases, and we'll get onto those in a minute. And the outline is phase 3, and we'll see those on the phasing plan shortly. In terms of updates, which aren't on your supplementary schedule, we've had support received from the Royal Norfolk Golf Course and chairman of the New Anglia LEP Building Growth Team. And I suppose just as a bit of something to treat with kid gloves, we've got a representation from Natural England on the supplementary schedule as well. I was expecting a response from the local team as opposed to the central team in Cheshire. So while that comment may still stand, no objections, it may well change by this time next week when the local team have possibly had a chance to comment on it. So just bear that in mind, please. Right. So the proposal is explained in some detail in section 1. It's quite lengthy, so I'm not going to go through that in significant detail. So I'm sure you've read it. And I'm sure a number of you know where the park is from previous visits to it, or knowing where it is from signposts, but I'm still going to give it some geographical context for you. So the site is edged in red, which hopefully you can make out on your iPads or the screen. The site ownership extends to the east of the site as well. So if you can see the cursor moving, you come in from Western Hall Road, just at the top of the screen, follow it along the driveway, and then it opens out into the car park, which is this sort of loopy type arrangement here. And then the park is sort of spread out just to the southwest of the car park. I think given the distance you are from the screen, I'm going to skip this one. So I'll just move on to the next one, and which shows the site in closer quarters. So just in the top right-hand corner, we've got the A1067, which goes through Lenwade and Great Witchingham from the NDR, just further off screen as well. You can turn left just at the crossroads, again off the top of the screen, and follow the road down Western Hall Road with a fairly wide access into the site. And if you follow this round about 3.5 miles to the south, that eventually leads you onto the A47. So in terms of some of the key considerations for this one, this is just a photo showing the site edged in red. The key considerations are the principle of development, the impact on the character and appearance of the area, impact on neighbour amenity, highways and transport impact, and ecology. In terms of the principle, you've got policy GC2 of the local plan of the Broadland Development Management DPD, which sets out that in general terms, development will be permitted in the countryside if it complies with another policy of the local plan. The Joint Core Strategy is part of the local plan, and there are policies within that which permit development in the countryside. Policies 5 and 8 in particular are applicable in this instance, and that's set out in your report. Just a quick run through, because we're going to come back to this slide in a bit. We've got the existing overflow car park here, which is going to be slightly more formalised. This is at the northern end of the site. So this image, if you like, has been flipped forward, rotated anti-clockwise 90 degrees. Overflow car park for phase 1. And then we've got an extended overflow car park just here. We've got the moth meadow, the green bit in the centre, an existing tree belt, which is going to be strengthened across the site as well. And then we get into phase 1, which is where the attractions are going to be, and we'll see pictures of those shortly. And this is phase 1, just where I'm going up and down with the cursor there. Phase 2 is the tracked ride. Again, if you can make the cursor out. And these are the parts of the full application. Phase 3 to come forward at a later date. We don't know what's going on for that yet, but that will depend on the response received to items phases 1 and 2. I beg your pardon. And then we've got a tree belt, woodland on the right-hand side, where there is going to be some additional planting in the understory, with a landscaped bund just in the southwest corner here. So if we look at some of the photos approaching the site, this is from the north, from the A1067. You can see the site is you can see that the site is relatively well screened. And then this is me standing in the middle of the access, just looking back from the way I've just come. And then I've toddled along further to the south and taken this picture of the access into the site as well. In a roundabout way, I'm getting to the highway implications of it. And this is looking to the south, again, from where I've just taken that photo. You'll notice from the report that the Highway Authority, despite the increase in vehicular numbers and the absence of a footpath being provided, it doesn't object to the application. I think that's important to note. So I've pivoted round, and here we are looking into the site from the vehicular access. So you can see already from that levels decline from left to right, which is east to west in this case. Across the site, there is a change of levels in about 8 meters. You can see from some of the previous photos that the site is fairly well contained, so impacts visually are likely to be localized as opposed to from wider views, and we'll see some more images of that shortly. So this photo was taken last week, and again, I suppose this shows the screening in its best form, if you like, from the access. And then I took this one probably about end of February, early March, which shows, again, although the trees aren't in leaf, there's a decent amount of screening provided by them within the wider area. So this is a panoramic photo, just to show you where I've taken this from. If I just go back, I've taken a photo from about here. So I'm roughly centrally along the eastern boundary, and I'm just sweeping around from right to left. So I'm sure you can read a label, but we've got the overflow car park on the right. And then as we go around to the left, we've got the vehicular access just in the distance. The tree belt that's to be reinforced, just going diagonally across the screen. I'm standing probably just about where the wildflower moth meadow is going to be. And then beyond the tree belts, this is where the rides and the attractions are going to be. And in the distance, we've got, I don't know whether they're poplar trees, but we've got some tall trees on the left-hand side. And beyond those, we've got land owned by properties on Moreton Lane. This is just to reset ourselves and just familiarise ourselves with, again, with what's being proposed, because we're going to start looking at the rides now. So central part of the site, phase 1. Sorry, I should say, again, for those of you that have been, this is the old sort of petting area and maintenance area just on the right-hand side of the screen. And you've got the woodland walk, which loops around where kids can get stamps for their medals at the end. And there's an offshoot from that into the site on that top part of it just there, which is the eastern boundary. And they'll be met by this entrance feature. I should say that the applicant has set out that this element will be used between May and October. So yeah, sorry, if you just see, I don't know whether you can make it out. Again, there are just going to be orange bits here which show where these features are within the site. So again, at the top end of the site, entrance into it through this feature. And the first thing that's going to be in front of you is this climbing feature, which is about 3 meters high for young children to enjoy. And then as we go around the site, we've got the bounce pillows, which I referred to in the report, at ground level with dinosaur features around them, up to a maximum of 3 meters in height. There's one next to the volcano drop ride as well. We've got the teacup ride just on the northern edge near the tree belt. Got a water feature, a water play element, roughly centrally within the site as well, which is 3 meters in height as well. And then we have a kind of a climbing slide play climbing frame feature, again, just behind the water play area. And then behind that, there is a food and drink kiosk. So all fairly low scale in terms of their height, about 3 meters in height. And then some of these, the food and drink area also has a canopy just next to it, so perhaps can act as a sunshade or or a hiding place from the rain. And then just along the western boundary, we have a toilet block, which is going to be about 2.5 meters in height. The largest feature within the site will be the volcano ride, which will be 8 meters in height. Children will go up to a height of 6 meters. And then within phase 2, and again, you can work out the sort of shoelace type tracking feature. Got a tracked ride with a dinosaur theme, with a departure area, the ride platform next to it as well, which is about 4.5 meters in height. Here's a sectional view of the site. There's a closer up one of these in the next slide. And this, again, just kind of emphasizes how the site slopes from east to west. And again, I'd say that there is a change in about 8 meters from where you enter the site to where the volcano ride is. And then a closer sectional drawing shows that there is a fairly even line between the heights of the property, between the heights of the rides and the features. So they all follow that basic same contour just there. So in terms of views from around the site, this is the view from the south, to the south of Fairfield House, which is also where the Round the Woods glamping site operates from. You might be able to make out some red lines just here, and this is where kind of superimposed where the rides will sit behind the tree cover. Just here. So they're not going to be particularly visible from longer distance views. And this is provided within the landscape and visual impact assessment. This is from Morton Lane. This is property Keeley Cottage just here. And again, you can just see the extent of the park here. There are glimpsed views of parts of the site as you walk up and down Morton Lane. But to my mind, these are glimpsed views, and if you're driving, you certainly should be focusing more on the road than you should be on what's going on between slightly taller hedges or gappy hedges. This is from Western Hall Road, just to the south of the main access into the site. And again, we've got some red lines just here, which are trying to superimpose roughly where the features will sit within the site. And this rather speaks to the point that I was making in my report about, from longer distance views, the impacts are going to be relatively minimal, and that instead the views within the site, the more localized views, are going to see the highest magnitude of change. However, the design of what's being proposed are suitable to the park itself. It's a dinosaur park, providing dinosaur rides. And then as we look at the neighbours, we're going to start looking at the neighbouring properties just here. So this is slightly further to the south of where I took the previous panoramic photo. So I probably took it just beyond that tree belt just there. I did take it just beyond that tree belt just there. So I've just come down the track and I'm standing taking the panorama again. So tree belt, which is to be strengthened. Phase 1, just to the right of me. The tracked ride is likely very much in front of me. And then phase 3, whatever form that might take, just to the left. And again, in terms of receptors, beyond the woodland in front of us, and the woodland within the ownership of the dinosaur park, you can just see poking on the right-hand side. It's not going to be visible within longer views. So this is the woodland that is the common car woodland, and beyond that, the Round the Woods camping site. So if I just go back, and I'll try and remember as best as I can which slide I left. Got Round the Woods glamping site, operates from this area here, and you can make out small white dots where their yurts are. You can also see in terms of the distance from the properties, the actual properties, to the application site are not small. So you're looking in the region of about 180 meters from the dwellings themselves to the fringes of the site for properties along Morton Lane. And then we've got Hall Cottages on Western Hall Road. And then depending on where you measure it from this area to this area, it's about 80 meters. but this is the overflow parking area. But from the front of the property diagonally down to where the rides are, it's quite a significant distance, probably about the same as it is from these houses to the fringes of the site, about 200 metres. So I'm going to walk along the boundary now, along the properties along Moreton Lane. So I'm on the application site of the boundary, and Kate Simons from Round the Woods was kind enough to let me visit her property and take views from her side of the boundary as well. So this is at the northern tip of where the woodland on the Round the Woods sides, Round the Woods side meets the Dinosaur Park. So you can just see there the line of trees that's to be strengthened just through the gap there. It's inevitable that within that woodland, the rides and features will be seen. However, the question is, will the impact of them be so significant on the living conditions of those properties that it will be harmful to them? My judgment is that in view of that distance, the answer is no. Instead, the main issue is noise, and that's being considered in some depth with professional opinions on both sides being provided, both from the residents and from the applicant, which has been considered by our environmental health officer. We'll get around to that in a minute, but I just want to show you the views from the neighbours' side as well. So we're starting from the top corner of Round the Woods, just going down the boundary, walking along, see it through the trees. And again, this is end of February, early March time, so a worst case scenario that we're seeing just here. And this is further back within the woodland as well. The applicant is proposing to provide hedging along that boundary, which to some extent will screen views, won't make it invisible, it must be said, but it will help to mitigate views. But nevertheless, I consider that the massing of the structures that are being built aren't going to be significantly detrimental enough to warrant refusing the application on those grounds. And then now I'm standing at the far southern tip of the application site looking towards Toad Cottage, which is a bit further along Moreton Lane. You can just see that in the distance in the centre of the screen. And now I've accessed land to the rear of Keeley Cottage, not the garden area, but land owned and maintained by them. And this is the application site just through the gap here. And this is where the landscapes bund is being proposed, 2 metre high landscapes bund with planting on top. And this is where planting in the understory is being proposed as well. I stopped counting at 1,000 trees. There are significantly more trees being planted in and around the site. And we'll see the landscaping master plan shortly as well. This is further round from further to the north when taken from Keeley Cottage. So you've walked around the property there. And again, you can just see the site in this centre distance just here. And then this is taken from a paddock at the rear of Toad Cottage on Moreton Lane. So that's the next one along from Keeley Cottage. Again, use your tall trees as the marker. You can just see the application site edging through just here as well. These are photos provided within the landscape assessment submitted by the applicant. Again, I'll draw your attention to the red boxes and lines in and around here. Good levels of screening in the winter. And hopefully, in the event of this application being approved and the landscaping scheme comes forward and is maintained properly, it will help to filter views further of the site as well. Now, the landscaping plan, master plan that's been submitted, you can see that within the parking area, lots of trees are being planted. We've got the moth meadow also, which will be planted with wildflowers specifically to cater for the Barbastale bats, of which there is a large colony, the super colony, in and around the area, and within the grounds of the Dinosaur Park too. We've got the strengthening of the tree belt also going on, planting in and around the rides, the hedge going along the western boundary of the application site, the landscaped bund just here, and also planting within the woodland. This is a sectional drawing of the landscape bund. Again, just confirms that it's 2 meters in height with planting above, which in time, as the planting matures, will screen views from that opening within the site. So in landscape terms, it just sort of emphasises the point that has been made in the report that we consider that the application is okay. Perhaps summarising some of the neighbour issues, I've already spoken about the massing of the structures and the impact or lack of on the neighbours. So now it falls to me to turn to perhaps some of the noise impacts, because it's inevitable that there will be some impacts arising from activities moving closer towards the neighbours than they are at the moment. Having considered it, our environmental health officer doesn't object to the application. He's asked for a noise management plan as being submitted as part of the application, and that sets out the parameters within which the site has to be operated, things like the operation of audio-visual equipment, so your speakers and how that's managed and when it's operated, which will be during hours of operation, which are between 9 and half 5. And he has also asked for further information to be submitted in respect of construction and the types of activities that are going to be taking place there, which we can use as part of, or which we can secure through parts of a planning condition. We also have to consider, my recommendation also has regard to the ecology matters, which in part remain outstanding. I've already referred to Natural England, and we're waiting to perhaps hear back further from them on matters relating to nutrient pollution and information submitted by the applicant on foul water drainage and how they're going to deal with that. There's also an issue regarding badger sets, which needs to be explored further with the applicant. The agent is aware of this, but understandably has wished to park those pending the outcome of today's decision. But it's something that if you vote to approve the application, we can pick up afterwards. So that kind of brings me to an end of the key points of the presentation. Obviously, the application raises a number of issues, and I've tried to cover these as much as possible in the report and my presentation. They obviously include the principle of development, the impact on the character and appearance of the area, the impact on neighbouring properties, the impact on highway safety and transport movements, heritage, drainage, ecology, and also the economic benefits arising from the investment in the site, job creation, and bringing visitors into the area. Balancing all of these factors out and subject to ecological issues being satisfactorily resolved and the conditions set out in the report, my recommendation is that the applications are approved. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillors, questions? Councillor Karimi, please.
Thank you, Chair. I have 3 questions for you. The play equipment looks lovely, but again, there's nothing there for children in wheelchairs. I think it's time that this council considers disabled children in a play area such as this. It's a huge public attraction, and there's nothing there for children in wheelchairs. The second point I would like to make is I would like to ask if the tracked ride is wheelchair accessible. And also in phase 1, the toilet and the changing block. I understand this council is giving money towards the Dinosaur Park to provide a changing place facility with a bed and a hoist. Is that going to be included in the phase 1 toilet block and changing facility, please?
I may have to dodge these questions and direct them to the applicant who is here today, and they may be able to advise you further on how the site operates and what their intentions are. So forgive me if I do that.
Okay, when we come to the applicant speaking, he will hopefully answer your questions. Right, and any further questions for the officer? Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. The report references that we have had received complaints regarding noise from the site. How many complaints have we actually had? I couldn't find it in the report actual number.
I gather the number I don't know, but I know that there have been over the years. There has been contact off and on between Jeff Duke, who I'm sure you know, and residents of Morton Lane, particularly regarding rules from the audio-visual equipment and how that is managed on site. I gather there have been some improvements to that since then, but ultimately, if existing operations amount to a statutory nuisance, that's a matter for environmental health to take up. As part of this application, we have a noise management plan that we can use and secure by a condition, if that makes sense. And that has been under our environmental health officer, a different one this time, but who has liaised with Jeff, and he's happy with the information that's been submitted on that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Leggett.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wondered, you did mention, but on page 138, item 4.3, the ward member made a very strong point about noise level, noise screening, and visual intrusion. And he says here, a site visit is included in the considerations that it's vital to understand the impact this development would have. And that's coming from the ward member. Was that considered at all? That we have mentioned before at previous meetings that some of this should come out.
I have visited the site at least twice. I've visited neighbouring properties to consider it from there. Hopefully my presentation has given you a good flavour of what the key viewpoints of the site are and what conditions are like within the site. I mean, up to you really as to whether you want to visit the site as part of committee.
Would you share his comments that it is vital to understand the impact this development would have? You did make reference to that, but
frankly, no. I think this presentation gives you what you need to make this assessment, to assess the application.
Okay, thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. And any further? Yes, Councillor Riley.
4.11, NCC, Historic Environmental Service. I've just been trying to find it, so it might be there, and perhaps it's me with this iPad, which I still had wrestling matches with. Potential impact. Oh yeah, sorry. As far as I can tell, none of the documents submitted with the application address the potential impact of the development on Western Park. Where is this covered in the report? I'm just trying to find out. And just help me.
You'll note also, Councillor Riley, that they then made following comments. So obviously beneath that is their latest comments.
Yeah, I can see the following comments on the agricultural or archaeological death space assessment. I can see that. It's not clear in that comments following reconsultation how that relates to impact on development on Western Park, because I think that's environment, that's an historical issue, plus also I think view issue, landscape issue. It's not very clear actually.
Okay, we received some further information from the applicant, which was, as Helen said, was consulted on. We consulted the Historic Environment Service on. Paragraph 5.15 of the report.
Sorry, what number?
515.
915.
515. Sketches out that following the submission of further information from the applicant on the Historic Environment Service has recommended the use of planning conditions. So I apologise if that's not clear in the report, but to reassure you, we have received the information that has been forwarded onto the Historic Environment Service, and they've commented accordingly on that.
Okay, I'll just read this again.
Do any other councillors have questions for the officer, please? Councillor Brennan.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I'm just a little bit confused about the opening hours. Looking at section 1.10, it says proposed hours of opening are 10 to 5:30, but somewhere else in the report, and I'm struggling to find the correct page, but the ward member makes reference to evening events. So either it's open from 10 to 5:30 or it isn't, or if that is the case that they're having evening events, are they getting special permission for those when they occur?
To answer that, the park if you're just going to the Dinosaur Park to enjoy the rides, go on the drop slide, have a look, do the Dinosaur Trail, that's open to members of the public from 10 till 5:30. There are evening activities, probably one coming up not too soon for the Primeval attraction that operates from the Dinosaur Park as well. Historically, over the years, in my research for this application, there are no restrictions on hours of operation. So the site has grown continuously expanded, but since 1992, I'm not aware that there are or haven't found any planning conditions that restrict hours of opening.
Any further questions for the officer, councillors? No, thank you. Then I'll call forward Ruth Goodall from Western Longville Parish Council, please. Thank
Good
you.
afternoon.
And you have 5 minutes.
My name is Ruth Goodall, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of Western Longville Parish Council. In responding to this application, Western Parish Council has gone to considerable lengths through site visits and meetings with both RAW and residents to try and balance the needs and wishes of both parties. Nonetheless, we find ourselves unable to support this application in its present form without the implementation of further conditions relating to noise, access and visual intrusion. Conditions which we hope members will give serious consideration. Clearly, RAW believe that survival in the future for them as a business depends on growing the business by increasing the number of visitors and by offering more rides and attractions. And I don't think we're here today to argue about the validity of that as a business model. But what I think we might agree about is that RAW's success should not be at the expense of their neighbours' enjoyment of their homes, gardens and woodlands. And I must say, I was really struck looking at that presentation of the contrast between the rides and what that will mean and the current views that residents have. They are almost different worlds trying to come together. I think it's little consolation as well that the attractions will only operate from May to October, because that is the time at which people are most likely to be outside, most wanting to enjoy the green space. The objective that we have in strengthening the conditions already in place will be to ensure as much as possible that the new development will be neither seen nor heard. The proposals we are making are reasonable, evidence-based, and not excessive. And details of our proposals are set out in section 4.1, page 136 of the officer's report. And I want now to focus on the 4 main points. Firstly, we're looking for a condition that requires a new existing ambient noise baseline to be integrated into the noise management plan, which is already in place to address existing complaints. The complaint really that dinosaurs make an awful lot of noise and do an awful lot of roaring. And we would like measurements points to be agreed with local residents. Secondly, we're looking for a condition requiring the applicant to institute a noise monitoring strategy in order to confirm that during construction and the operation of the park, noise levels will not exceed those predicted in the report. This would benefit all parties, since it would offer greater accountability based not on perception, but on measurable data. Thirdly, we're looking for a condition which requires 4-metre bunding along the perimeter of the whole site with acoustic fencing to supplement any planting. Time is not the answer if it means waiting 10 or to 15 years for trees and shrubs to mature. I think it's too easy sometimes to say planting will solve a problem, which in truth, there is ample evidence that vegetation is not nearly as effective in eliminating noise as bunding and fencing. And we would like RAW to consider further these proposals. The 4th consideration relates to the provision of a pedestrian and cycle path from the A1067 to the entrance of RAW. As Great Whittingham Parish Council has pointed out, people will be trying to access RAW on foot at all times of the day, in daylight and darkness, on a heavily used HGV route. Norfolk County Council Highways Authority are supportive of this proposal, but may too easily have allowed the search for an off-highway solution to be put into the too hard category. Were Broadland District Council to impose a condition which required the provision of a pedestrian and cycle path, it would oblige all interested parties to go back to the drawing board to find a workable solution. It is no longer justifiable for such a major attraction to be only accessible by car. It is important to acknowledge that Raw have not been deaf to the concerns residents have raised, and changes have been made to the application. But as yet, we do not feel they go far enough. The question is, can they do more? Pragmatically, I would have thought it is in the interest of Raw to commit to strengthening those conditions relating to visual intrusion and noise, since it would put relations with local residents on a positive footing, rather than have to deal with years of antagonism and ill feeling should current
Thank you.
measures
You've
prove
had
as
your time.
ineffective
Thank you.
as predicted. I hope members will feel able to give these proposals their support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillors, do you have any questions for the speaker?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, just
I've got questions.
no, I don't think they have. No, thank you. Okay, thank you. I now call up David Harrop, Kate Simmons and Mark Harry, objectors to the scheme, please.
Hiya. I'm David Harrod.
Thank you.
I'm speaking on behalf of my wife and myself. We live in Killy Cottage, which adjoins the park, right from the rear entrance right down to this proposed development. It's recently come to my attention that ecology matters may have been put on hold pending the outcome of this meeting, but I will continue with my detailed information on these matters. Sorry, I have to keep playing with my hearing aids because of that blooming air conditioning. Details of badger activity along the unused track at the western boundary of the site were submitted by local residents at the time of the scoping report a year ago, and yet there's been no mention of them in the planning application. We again submitted photo evidence of significant badger activity in this area on June 28th this year, clearly showing the location of 4 badger sets and some active at that time. The location of these sets is significant as one is located on the track just a few meters from the proposed toilet block. A second is located just a few meters from the proposed volcano. Between those 2 sets is a proposed emergency and staff entrance onto the site. Getting a fire engine onto the site at this location would require a substantial amount of work to this unused track on which the badger sets are located. Any use of this track for access would almost certainly involve the removal of these 2 sets. The other 2 sets are also located just a few meters from the boundary of this site. I have video footage over 5 years of much badger activity in this area. Much of it is on this track and our neighbouring paddock and open woodland. This is despite their design and access statement saying there are some zones within the park that support badgers. The expansion site will avoid areas associated with badgers and the site fringes will be reinforced to support badger movement. They are only referring to the badger sets to the east of the development and are clearly flamed to protect these protected species by the emission of the western sets. Natural England, the body for protected species, have not been consulted regarding this. The original scoping report also mentioned the 3 bird species seen during a walkover survey. They thus assumed this area was of low ecological value. I'm no ecologist, but a very keen amateur. I've had the pleasure of walking with my wife around our boundary, 225 metres of which is directly adjacent to this site, for 6 years, and I've recorded 71 bird species in that time, in or next to this site. Many of these rely almost totally on the grassland and woodland perimeters for feeding and breeding and would certainly be displaced by this development. I can also confirm this area is full of reptiles and amphibian life, many, especially the lower part of the site. Many grass snakes are encountered during the summer months and appear to be an important breeding site. 3 ponds, 1 at Keeley Cottage and 2 at Round the Woods, have still not been DNA tested for great crests and newts, even though they are in close proximity to the site and one is considered ideal habitat. It must surely be obvious to the applicant that an honest and accurate ecological survey should have been carried out before these expansion plans were even created. On 27th of April this year, Liz Lake Associates submitted details of a landscape bund selection, which you saw recently on the plans. This is supposed to address the noise and visual impact of local residents of Morton Lane. What it does not clearly show is at this point, it's the lowest point of the whole site. All land on a proposed site and Keeley Cottage land rises by approximately 11 metres each way. The bund would clearly be overlooked by all residents on Morton Lane on the other side of the small valley. The photo details we supplied for the scoping report last year clearly shows that a bund and acoustic fencing totaling 6 metres in height would still be somewhat overlooked by resident properties. At that public consultation last year, when asked what they planned as mitigation for noise and visual impact, Raw management stated it would all depend on cost. If Raw are unable to afford to address these fundamental issues, they should not be applying for this planning permission until they can. They are attempting to use the trees belonging to the neighbouring properties of Keeley Cottage and Round the Woods glamping site for their own screening. After suffering a stroke and spending 2 years in a wheelchair, my wife and I moved here 6 years ago to help with her rehabilitation. We've created a very disabled-friendly home, fenced our paddocks, enabling her to walk around with our dogs, unaided, using the fencing as a handrail. She is still unable to cope with any excess noise or stress, and this proposed development may prove to be too much for her. Finally, one final point I would point out. I know of no local resident to be anti-Raw, just anti these proposals. Due to the impact they present, there are many areas within the existing park structure where these attractions could be located, even though a volcano could be hidden from view by their own trees. They could still ecologically enhance this area for the benefit of the public and the wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any councillors have questions for the speaker, please? No? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. If you'd like to introduce yourself, and then you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, Mark Howie from Tow Cottage, Morton Lane. The adverse effects of this development will cause overlooking, loss of privacy, noise disturbance, and therefore severely impact on the enjoyment of my and my neighbours' homes. The proposed development is overbearing, out of scale and character on what is currently open greenfield land surrounded by ancient woodland. Noise. In recent years, the owners of the park have not been considerate to neighbouring properties. They ignored repeated requests to reduce noise. It was only when the previous scoping report was submitted in 2021, resulting in many objections, that the owners of Raw saw fit to address the noise on the advice of their architect and their acoustic specialist. Noise mitigation should be substantial and heavily regulated from the outset. Sharps Redmore state that using Adrian James's own assessment, it is clear that noise from the proposed development has the potential to cause adverse impact on the neighbouring gardens. I too am concerned that the baseline noise level monitoring in the application provides a misleading impression of the actual impact the noise has on the local community, as it is higher than is currently acceptable and has been subject to many complaints. Further mitigation is required, a greater bund height with acoustic fencing, to name but a few. Sorry. Visual impact. The report by Plandersill uses the stable block in our garden as mitigation that our views will not change. This is not acceptable, as we have gardens beyond this building. The report also states that we will expect major to moderate adverse effects in the loss of our current views. The proposed development includes a 3-metre high track ride with 6 themed areas that are 5 metres in height. The various attractions will overlook our properties, causing a loss of privacy and adverse visual impact. Stage 3 is vague with no details, but will be situated in an open and exposed area in clear view of our properties. Road safety. The proposed increased percentage in traffic makes road safety and traffic management issues more prevalent, requiring careful mitigation, especially as Raw are looking to increase vehicle movements from 82,000 to 142,000 vehicles. I have recently submitted video footage of a family, 3 adults, 1 pushing a pram and 2 children, young children, all trying to safely walk up the Western Hall Road to Raw's entrance. This road is an extremely dangerous designated HGV route from Lenwade with no pedestrian access. It's simply terrifying, an accident waiting to happen. Visitors should be encouraged to walk and cycle as a primary means of transport, as required by Policy 6 of the Joint Core Strategy, which RAW failed to meet. The Highways Authority have written that they would like to see the applicant seek to secure an off-highway pedestrian stroke cycle route from Raw's main entrance to Lenwade. Just recently, a local parishioner has had 2 meetings with John Kerr, the CEO of the Royal Norwich Golf Club, and he has said the club are supportive of permitting a right of access for the provision of a pedestrian stroke cycle route. I see no evidence presented for why a footpath is not possible and believe it is a duty of care to their customers and their employees. The surrounding main roads and narrow lanes are already stretched to capacity. The development will only add to this already overstretched and dangerous situation. At present, the crossroads where the Western Hall Road meets the Fakenham Road at Lenwade, there are daily extensive queues and long wait times, which will become more of an issue with the proposed traffic coming out of Raw, trying to join the Western Hall Road against the flow of traffic. Finally, I am supportive of the conditions raised by the parish councils of Western Longville, Great Witchingham and ward member Peter Bullman. I request that if the Planning Committee gives approval to this application, it places conditions on the applicant to address all the issues of concern. I ask the case officer and the council to reject this application in its current form. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, do you have any questions for the speaker? No? Thank you, sir. Thank you. If you'd like to introduce yourself, and then you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
My name's Kate Simons. We are discussing this application due to the extent of objections and concerns received from the local community. However, it is missing vital information on ecology, and the planning officer's report fails to include suitable conditions to address these noise, visual, and transport concerns that have been raised. As a local resident, owner of Round the Woods Glampsite and of the adjoining county wildlife site Woodland, I believe these concerns need to be addressed with the inclusion of conditions to reduce the adverse impact that this expansion will have on our family business and on the local community. We are asking for an appropriately high bund and acoustic fencing on the western and southern boundaries as visual and noise mitigation. This application is stated to have a major adverse visual impact that is significant, and the proposed mitigation of a small bund to the south and planting do not address this. Without further measures, this development completely disregards policy GC2 of the DPD. The environmental impact assessment omitted their own photographs taken of views from our woodland and massively downplayed the visual impact from these open deciduous woods. We have requested that the planning committee do a site visit, but this does not appear to have happened. The application includes no details about the materials to be used, nor the specific appearance and colours of the structures, and the developers said during consultation that the designs that do include colours are not accurate. You've seen from some of the designs, they're all in black and white, which gives us no information. Due to the sloping nature of the site, even once proposed planting has grown, without our suggested measures, much of the development will be in clear view from our woodland, glamping accommodation, and local residents. Right alongside the 10-metre high, 17-metre wide volcano drop ride, not 8 metres high, as Glenn Beaumont stated, is our woodland play area for peaceful nature connection, much enjoyed by our urban guests, community nature group, and our family for a retreat from busy lives. We request that a condition be included that all colours are entirely natural and neutral. The proposed access track for staff and emergency vehicles has a wide entrance into the development site with no screening indicated, leaving a large gap in their hedging and tree planting line. If given approval, suitable screening is required to ensure that our property is not overlooked and the visual impact is minimised. However, due to the badger activity along this area, which has so far been omitted from plans, we believe that the access route needs to be moved elsewhere. The noise management plan sets out steps to ensure that noise from their loudspeakers will be controlled. Can this be a condition that this plan is followed? This planning application, however, proposes nothing to address the increased and closer hubbub noise, which will involve screams, shouts, and human roars, a different character of noise to the background road noise currently experienced in our woodland and local properties, and will be very disturbing, whether it exceeds WHO levels or not. There have been years of noise pollution issues from roar, which caused significant stress for local residents and were not suitably addressed. And so we request a baseline of current noise levels, not previous levels, to be a condition of any approval given. Their noise projection map shows 60 decibels, an increase of 17 decibels being sent into our peaceful woodland. And Norfolk Wildlife Trust requested that the significant increase in noise into this county wildlife site be addressed, and yet we see no appropriate mitigation for noise from their visitors. Roar's own noise consultant, Adrian James, informed us that planting provides little, if any, noise mitigation. Can I request that Common Meadow Carr Woodland be included as a noise-sensitive receptor as a nature reserve used for nature-based enjoyment? Can I also request that a condition be included that performances, shows, live music in the evening and daytime do not take place on this expansion site, especially as there are no planning restrictions on events at Roar? I understand that in normal circumstances, market conditions will determine the future of Round the Woods. However, we have permission from this council to offer our site for tourists to enjoy nature-based holidays and have worked hard for 7 years to build a reputation for this. The addition of this theme park will immediately alongside has the potential to dramatically affect our guest experience. We request that all construction is limited to winter months only, which was promised during consultation. Common Meadow Carr Woodland is being used as visual screening for other properties. We lose several mature oaks, there are no TPOs, and the hazel is coppiced. Is this possible that our woods can be used when they have no control over them? Thank you.
Right, do any councillors have questions for the speaker, please? No? Okay, thank you. If the three supporters would now like to come forward. Okay, if you can introduce yourself as you speak, and you'll have 5 minutes, up to 5 minutes each. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. John Jennings, a planning director for Cheffins and the planning consultant for Raw Dinosaur Adventure. Firstly, I'd like to thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak to you regarding the application for the expansion of Raw Dinosaur Adventure. Whilst Councillor Joe Coppleston is to speak regarding the economic benefits of the scheme, and Adam Gormore about his vision for the business, I'd like to briefly summarise the technical aspects of the scheme, which are covered by the report in front of you. I must also point out that we have undertaken numerous changes to the scheme to address the concerns of adjoining residents and consultees prior to submission of the application and during consideration. Firstly, in terms of visual impact, the visual impact is recognised to be a significant issue, and an earth bund and in excess of 25,000 trees and shrubs are to be planted to screen and soften views of the site. These plants alone will cost in excess of £250,000. That doesn't include the actual putting into the plants. The technical verified viewpoints referred to clearly demonstrate the views of the proposal will be limited. The use of large individual trees as well as blocks of planting will ensure that the planting becomes quickly established. It is noted the issue of noise has been raised by objectors, which relate to both the existing Dinosaur Park and its extension. As a consequence of these complaints, in August 2021, prior to the application being submitted, a comprehensive plan was implemented to reduce the noise level of the dinosaurs and implement changes so that they're not inadvertently left on outside the operating hours of the park. It's important to also note there has been noise complaints, but it was never actually ever deemed to be a statutory nuisance, and no noise has ever been taken against Royal Dinosaur Adventure relating to noise. The changes we've undertaken have also reduced the baseline assessment for the noise level associated with the existing and proposed park. It's important again to emphasise that rides are aimed at young children between 3 to 11 years old, and they're deliberately sedate in nature. thereby avoiding screams, etc., associated with, I think, adrenaline-fueled rides. Speakers and other noise sources will also be focused into the site, reducing noise spill. There'll also be fencing around some of the activities, again, to reduce noise. Noise consultants preparing the noise assessment have visited many similar theme parks to seek comparables for noise. These noise levels have informed the noise assessment and demonstrated there will be a general low level of noise when the extended park is in operation. I think it will be a hubbub of children, I think, enjoying themselves. The positive comments from the Environmental Health Department support the findings of the noise assessment. A noise management plan has also been produced to accompany the application, and this includes measures to allow noise complaints to be raised and remedies put in place to prevent them reoccurring. In terms of ecology, the land adjacent to the site provides roosts and habitats for 7 types of bats, and the scheme is committed to ensuring that the bats can continue to coexist with the proposed development. The scheme incorporates moth-rich habitat for foraging bats, as well as providing a corridor from the site to the surrounding countryside. This will also allow badgers to move through the site. Whilst there has been reports of badger activity close to the application site, our ecologist has confirmed that these relate to the digging of holes rather than the creation of new sets. In terms of great crested newts, many of the ponds and watercourses have been subject to DNA analysis, which has confirmed that great crested newts are not present. Other ponds have also been discounted due to their condition and the lack of newts in the locality. As with noise, very careful consideration has been given to ecology, which is also demonstrated by the development producing a biodiversity net gain in excess of 10%. I think the next topic is very topical, well, I suppose, in nutrient neutrality. In terms of nutrient neutrality, the original proposal was to drain and filter the foul water below the overflow car park. However, there were concerns that this would not meet acceptable water quality standards. As a consequence, the water is to be processed via a Clargester system, be chemically treated before being passed through a rebed into an infiltration basin. The clean water will then infiltrate through the existing ground into adjacent watercourses. It is noted, in terms of traffic, it's noted that the local highway authorities have recognised that it is impractical to provide a pedestrian link from the site, although my clients are looking to resurrect the bus service from Norwich railway station to the site during the summer months. The capacity of the car park is designed to ensure no more than 4,000 visitors per day can actually come to the site, and it's confirmed via discussions with the local highway authority that there is adequate parking for this number of visitors. We'll also be using electronic ticketing during peak periods to control both the number of guests and their time of arrival. Finally, I'd like to remind the committee of paragraph 85 of the National Planning Policy Framework, which states that planning policies and decisions should help create the conditions in which businesses can invest, expand and adapt. Significant weight should be placed on the need to support economic growth and productivity, taking into account both local business needs and
time is up, sir.
wider opportunities for development. I think this now allows me to introduce Joe Copplestone, who will detail the economic impacts of the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. For those that don't know me, I'm Councillor Joe Copplestone. I'm the portfolio holder for economic development for Broadland District Council. I'm very well acquainted with the Dinosaur Adventure Park business, which was originally started by Roy Benton in the early 1990s. And I think Glenn mentioned it was actually started in 92. I visited the park several times in the last few years, and I've seen how it has grown to become Norfolk's #1 visitor attraction and the second most popular attraction in East Anglia, just behind Colchester Zoo. I firmly support the Goymer family's ambition to make this site the UK's most popular dinosaur-themed visitor attraction, which is importantly situated in Broadland District. The Raw Dinosaur Park was acquired by the owners in 2006 for the sum of 2.65 million, and since that time, a further 8.98 million has been invested, greatly improving the business into the most dynamic tourism asset in the whole of Norfolk. Back in 2006, the park only employed 12 people and attracted 140,000 visitors annually. But now there are 46 permanent salaried staff, plus 50 and 150 additional seasonal staff, attracting 300,000 visitors annually in a normal year. The number of full-time equivalent jobs is 130, making the business a main employer in the local area. And incidentally, I've just had the 2021 tourism stats from Pete Waters at Visit East Anglia. North tourism was worth 3.4 billion to Norfolk in 2019. During COVID, that has gone down slightly, but I'm happy to announce that it was 2.34 billion in 2021, so it is improving year on year. The existing park is open daily throughout the year, unlike most theme and amusement parks, which enables the business to offer continuous employment to part-time and seasonal staff. And notably, the seasonal and permanent staff have remained employed at the park for an average employment length of 10 years, demonstrating the provision of secure employment opportunities to the local population. If this application is approved, the park anticipate to increase the number of visitors from 300 to 500,000 per annum. This will have a vast additional benefit for the local economy and the number of holidaymakers visiting this area. One of the aims of the park is to attract visitors from further afield, increasing expenditure from outside Norfolk. Although the area subject to this planning application will only operate between April and October, it will generate more visitors and will enable additional employment opportunities. The number of staff will increase to 51 permanent salaried staff and 200 seasonal staff during peak periods. The number of full-time equivalent jobs will increase to 180 on completion of this development, adding significant gross value to the local economy. The current wages alone provided by the business are 1.525 million per year, which equates to 962,500 for permanent staff and 558,000 for seasonal staff. The majority of this is spent within Norfolk. Additional staff will be required if this application is approved, which will increase the wages spent by the Dinosaur Park to £2 million a year. The expansion project before you will, in the initial phase, require further investment into the business of some £4 million, in addition to the £9 million already invested in the park, and later phases are likely to require similar levels of investment. There will be economic benefits associated with the construction of the park, with the applicant being committed to use local contractors, again benefiting the local economy, and additional jobs will be created to supply and service the park. The economic benefits of this project are considerable, and approving this application will demonstrate our council is committed to supporting local businesses and attracting inward investment. This proposal will importantly result in significant additional tourism expenditure within Broadland and create further employment opportunities in our area. So I urge the Planning Committee to support this application. Thank you.
We'll take councillors' questions at the end. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Adam Goymore, Park Director of Raw Dinosaur Adventure. This is an important opportunity for me to relate to you my vision for the business and why I personally seek your support for this planning application, which will help secure the immediate and long-term future of Raw. Norfolk's most popular visitor attraction, as Councillor Joe Copplestone said, and the 250 staff, including the 100 employed for our primeval scare experience, East Anglia's most popular scare experience, might I add, which together brings some 300,000 visitors per annum, which provides substantial business rates income to the council, jobs and income to the local economy. My father, Martin, here with us today, was a founder of Banham Zoo, which engaged some 50 years of his life, and he also begat Africa Alive at Kessingland, both well known and established parts of equality. My father winning the Outstanding Achievement Award in 2011, which recognises an individual who has made an outstanding contribution to the tourism industry, is testament to that. And that was at the Visit East of England Awards, nationally recognised. These two zoos Martin put into charitable trust in 2013, so he has a wealth of knowledge on conservation and ecology. To ensure their survival, and are now operated independently by the Zoological Society of East Anglia, which my father set up, of which we're now just the landlords. The operating of tourist attractions is in my blood. I've assisted in these aforementioned businesses since I was 9 years old. Royal was purchased by us, the Gorman family, in 2006. The Royal Dinosaur Park business was passed to me to lead in 2016 after 5 years of working at the park. And I'm the fourth generation of this family business, which began in 1909. Sorry. We've won Best Large Visitor Attraction for the East of England twice since we took ownership, last in 2018. I'm keen to ensure that Royal Dinosaur Adventure can continue to thrive and be passed on to future generations and for families and their future generations. I also recognise that businesses cannot stand still, and if they are to remain viable and attractive to visitors, they need to diverse their offering. This application aims to do just that. It is recognised that this cannot be undertaken in an uncontrolled manner, and as detailed by my planning consultant John Jennings at Sheffins in the planning report, we have worked to create a well-designed scheme which seeks to minimise the potentially adverse impacts on neighbouring properties in terms of noise, visual impact and traffic generation. In fact, as part of the scheme, we are upgrading the Proud Tourist signs to direct visitors to the site and away from villages, in particular Western Longville. We're also putting in place a noise management plan, which I have in front of me, and a detailed list of what we've changed and when we changed it by my IT manager, who is a qualified sound technician. Some £700,000 has been invested into this planning application thus far. 2 public consultations and 1 attendance of a parish council meeting at Weston Hall for All have also been attended or put on to engage local residents and those in the community. We therefore recognise the importance of engaging and addressing our responsibilities as responsible business owners and have provided plenty of opportunity for feedback on this application. We have met any concerns head-on with respective consultants and engaged to resolve and go the extra mile, because that's the nature of who I am. Whilst Councillor Joe Coppleston has kindly detailed the capital costs of the business, the operational costs of maintaining a theme park also need to be recognised and need to have a significant impact by attracting more than 500,000, up to 500,000 visitors, means that the inevitable increases in costs can be offset. The operational costs are electricity to operate, heat and illuminate attractions, servicing and maintenance of rides, landscaping and groundskeeping, advertising and marketing, merchandising and theming, and replacements of rides and exhibits. The above is not exhaustive and, as already stated, it have a significant impact on the viability of the business. This is over and above the initial 4 million for phase 1 to be invested into this expansion and the 8.98 million already invested since our ownership. As you may notice, I'm passionate about this business and my aim is to make Raw the #1 dinosaur-themed tourist attraction in the UK, which will not just benefit Norfolk, where tourism is one of its 2 key industries which it thrives on alongside agriculture, but East Anglia, and allow this business to remain one of the top East Anglian tourist attractions. It will also bring more tourists and income to Broadland, and like the above, I hope you'll feel you'll be able to support me and approve this application. Thank you for your time and for listening. And my consultant team and I are happy to answer any questions you may have. And I can certainly address the questions you asked earlier as well when I'm allowed to. Thank you.
Right. Councillors, questions for any of the 3 speakers? Councillor Hempsall.
Thank you, Chairman. Clearly, the park has grown significantly over the last few years, and I can't deny that you have you've invested in it significantly, and it has expanded. I am actually, frankly, shocked at the lack of investment into the sustainable aspect of the business. We are aiming for net zero in the not so distant future. There is nothing here that tells me that you are investing in that side of the business at all. And same goes for the sustainable modes of transport to and from the park. Again, there is nothing in here, despite your visitor numbers being increased from, I think it was 137,000 to up to 500,000, that there's nothing here. And I'm also concerned. So my question to you is, what are your plans? Because this clearly goes against, despite your significant success, this goes nowhere towards this county's ambition for sustainable transport and sustainable tourism.
Thank you for your question and for your point. Just to talk about sustainability existing in the park, across all of our major buildings, we have solar panel, underground heat source pumps already in its infrastructure. Going forward, I mean, what have we got that we're putting into the expansion? We're putting in 3 rides. We're putting in a food outlet at the moment, and a toilet block at the moment. Naturally, with the cost of putting this in with the infrastructure, it's going to be high, but recognise the fact of, sustainability going forward, because that's a major point, as you say, of the council. And in terms of what we can do elsewhere in the park, we're looking to put in electrical vehicle charging points in at the park. And we're looking to also put in the bus service every summer as well, which we've already done on 2 previous occasions. However, in light of that, if there's any further thoughts that, you feel we need to be looking at in that sustainable action, of course, willing to look at that by any means. But I think looking at that, we could potentially put on solar panels on the toilet block. Apart from that, I'd like to hear what other ideas you may have to help us with that sustainable angle.
Thank you. Councillor Karimi.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to repeat my 3 questions to you. Firstly, you say you are the #1 visitor attraction in Norfolk, and you have invested nearly £9 million so far. Myself and other campaigners have been asking you for at least 8 years to put a changing place facility in. It's this year, is it? Fantastic.
Yes.
I understand the council are paying for that. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's funding for that, which we applied for. Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Also, with disabled play equipment. Personally, I have a grandson in an electric wheelchair. There is no play equipment at that play park that he can go on. And I would have liked to have seen some investment, especially with this coming up now, that you put something in place for children in wheelchairs, because there's such a big, diverse population in Norfolk of children in that position. And I think you're missing a point there, not including them in as you said, with Banham Zoo and the other places, exactly the same thing, no changing place.
Thank you.
I'll let you reply. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. We're putting in the changing places. We're literally waiting to hear back from the gentleman of the council to get, I think, the 3rd quotation. We've identified the place. As soon as that's done, we're putting it straight into our main park. So the changing places will be going in this year. It's waiting on the person at the council to get the 3rd quote. In terms of disabled access and rides, yes, we are including disability access onto the rides, or wheelchair access onto the rides in the expansion plan. Yes, because that's already been discussed with our world-respected themer that we're using, Catapult, who've worked throughout the world on theme park projects. So yes, that's being included. I can assure you of that. And yeah, sorry, the changing places I've already mentioned, and that's going in this year.
So the ride that you are hoping to put on, was that wheelchair accessible as well for electric wheelchairs?
For electric wheelchairs, so yes, the drop ride will be able to have it on there, and also on the teacup ride. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Brennan.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Slightly confused about opening times. I read in here that it says March to October, but the impression I've got this morning or this afternoon, is that it's open all year round.
Incorrect.
So it's not open all year round?
No.
So without delving too deeply into your business plan, how do you manage to have full-time staff if you're only open for 6 months a year?
The park is open all year round.
Right.
The expansion plan will be open Easter to October, the
Right.
main crux of the period of holidaymakers.
Right, okay. Yeah, I
And
think
that will be 10 till 5:30, the latest operational time for the day activities.
Right, that brings me to my second question, which is confusion over numbers. It says in here you will ultimately have 2,196 parking spaces. Okay, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think one of you said that you have 4,000 average, 4,000 visitors a day.
That's 4,000 people. Based on an average of 3 people per car. So it's 4,000 people maximum per day in the park, not 4,000 cars.
No, I wasn't saying 4,000 cars. I was just wondering why, if you got 4,000 people, you need 2,200, keep it simple, parking spaces. But to my mind, excuse me, to my mind, the figures don't seem to stack up, because I can't believe on average, you've only got 3 people going in the car. I don't see it.
Sometimes it's 4, sometimes it's 2.
Well, this is it. You're talking children. I mean, generally, many people only have one child, and so it will be
I'd say
mum and dad. Oh, may I finish, please? It'd be mum and dad with son or daughter, or granddad and grandmother taking one. But I'm sure I've been visited on one occasion many years ago with my own grandchildren, and as I recall, you get groups of people. You get sometimes cars these days, 7 seats, full of children, and I just don't see how this stacks up. And in addition to that, how are you going to manage that number of people by electronic ticketing? I can't believe anybody is going to want to come into the park after about 4 o'clock, because they'll be thinking, well, it's all, we've got to leave it up as 5. So you're compressing that down, in fact, from 10 to 5:30 to really point of entry down to 10 to 4, or maybe let's be reasonable, 4:30 possibly. How are you going to manage 4,000 people by electronic ticketing? And I don't believe that the number of vehicle movements that are given in here will stack up either, because it looks like you're going to get something like 300 or 400 vehicles an hour coming through there.
So that's right. No, it's fine. It's fine. I appreciate we're an unusual business. People don't particularly understand day visitor attractions. We're probably not what you get across every day. I've got 25 years of working in a theme park. We know how to operate it, right? So pre-booked tickets, electric ticketing, as you said, we can control the numbers easily. And also we have a capacity counter, so we know how many people we can have in the park. Plus of all, we want to offer a rich experience. We don't want to deluge loads of people into the park to give them a rubbish experience. That's not what we're about. We're here to provide a high quality experience at a premium price. So in terms of managing the capacity in the cars, yes, I mean, it's an average of 3. Yes, you can get coaches. Sometimes you can get up to 4 or 5 people, but it's an average across the year. And in terms of managing it at peak capacity, I know if I just looked at the car park now, how many people I've got in the park, because that comes from experience of knowing how to manage your capacity. So working with Ollie, who sits over there from Plan, still working out with the cars, and my father and I working together on that of our, joint years of experience, we know what we need to accommodate a 4,000 capacity threshold, along with Catapult, who work on themed park architects as well in other theme parks across the world. So I can rest assure you that we'll be able to control and address that, because we've got the experience behind us and the knowledge together to address that.
And we have got 2 car parks on the top, which has got very long access road. And there's also the overflow car park as well.
Thank you. Councillor Riley.
Yes, I want to ask some specific questions. First of all, I'm well aware of the park. My son, who's now 13, I took him there as a toddler with my wife, 3 in that car. My 2 girls that have grown up now, there's 4 of us in that car, so I understand the principles that you're talking about. And of course, great business. We need tourism. We need jobs. Well done. However, just a bit of focus on this. There will be an impact. That's clearly pointed to in the report. It's about balance in terms of local community, ecology, and it's about the impact accordingly. There's some couple of specific points which was raised, and also about sustainability. There seems to be a real issue around connectivity in this footpath. It seems that you're saying that it is not possible to put in a connecting footpath between the sites. Could you just explain why that seems to be impossible? 1. Two, also, there's been issues raised about somebody who's saying they've witnessed close to where two of these attractions will be going on the west side, badger sets in very close proximity that's not on the east side. You've identified on the east, but not on the west. So again, if you could just clarify that as well. And also there's been references made to the bunding in terms of noise, reducing noise pollution, fencing also going to the north and south side, I think, as well. So why you've not considered that? If you could sort of answer those three specific, please, that would be helpful.
I will deal with the issues to do with bunding and the badgers, and I think Adam's probably better placed to me for the discussions regarding the pedestrian linkages or to the bus stop. Yeah. So in terms of badgers, they've been assessed by our ecologist who's looked at them. They're actually badger holes, not badger sets. That may be a symptom of this hot summer. The badgers have actually moved away from the enormous set is within the wood itself. There is another set. We think it's a set in the middle of the site, and then it looks like some of them have migrated down towards the watercourse where the ground is actually softer, and they've dug badger holes. They're not badger sets. So, but I mean, obviously we're aware of those, and they'll be taken into account they're outside the actual park itself, but then they're adjacent to it, so they'll have to be taken into account in the construction of the facility. The other issues to do with bunding, we've looked at, I said there's a comprehensive noise report. What we've done within the park is there is a bund, that's a 2-metre high bund with trees on top. Those trees aren't little whips, they will be mature trees. That's why I came up with the figure of 25,000 trees, but a figure of £250,000 to actually purchase those trees. What will also around the site, there are actually fences around the actual things like the jumping pillow that will direct noise. That will basically direct noise back into the play equipment itself. Also, with focusing all the speakers, so they point into the attraction. I mean, I could say when we first looked at this, I'm going to criticise my client here. They had speakers stuck up trees and everything else, which had very significant noise impacts. All of those have now been lowered down to basically children level to try and the actual volume and tone of those has been turned down. So they might make children jump, but they're not designed to be heard across the whole valley. As I have to confess, when we first started looking at this scheme, they did. But that's now been resolved. And what we've also done is put in a central control, so all of those microphones can be turned down as well. And I think it's the noise management plan has got commitments to control noise as well.
Okay. Can I obtain some help from Ollie from Planster, who dealt with highways and traffic and the pedestrian route? Is that allowed? Because he dealt with the matter on our behalf.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm Ollie Jones from Plandersill, Director, Chartered Engineer for Civils. So we looked at the highways, and we've been looking at it for a number of years to obtain a footpath from the park into Lenwade, and there's quite a few issues regarding that. There isn't enough land within highways ownership to provide a footpath from the park down through the road into Lenwade. Highways simply don't own enough of the land. It's all private ownership. Once you get into Lenwade, if you can get past the private ownership, there's a bus. The bus stops are on opposite sides of the road and opposite sides of the junction. The road in question is the 1067, which goes onto the NDR. Once you get onto that road, the flow is quite significant. So to cross that road is quite significant as well. It disrupts the flow. To put traffic lights in, which we looked at, would slow the flow down, and that goes against problems with NCC as well with highways, and they've done traffic assessments on that already. If you put a roundabout in and a pedestrian crossing, that doesn't work either, because it still poses an issue with safety, which is one of the worst problems you can have in there. Equally, if you do get down to there, you've got a footpath is different to a cycle path and disabled access across there as well. If you put a footpath through the woodland, you can't just chop down trees. That has to be a trod path, which then can't be used for cycles, and it can't be used for disabled access, and it can't be used for pushchairs. So as you go along there, you come up against more and more hurdles to come up with different options. We have been looking at it way before this application came in over quite a number of years, and there's been lots of different studies and lots of different options looked at. At the moment, there doesn't appear to be a viable option that can tick every box or everyone's safety to get that in there. So at the moment, there isn't an option, but as we have been doing for the last few years, we will keep looking at options with RAW to try and come up with a sensible option for everyone.
Okay, Chair, there's one last clarification on this. There's also reference in the response have been put in by residents as well, that you could use another site that you've got. You don't have to use this site. Is that true or not?
Another site.
So,
Sorry, I'll swap. Yeah.
No, I mean, we did look. I mean, the site being referred to is the main car park at the existing main car park at the top of the site. We did look at that. That had many problems in terms of design and operation. It also meant all the parking would have to come down to the bottom of the site, and children would have to then travel up a path adjacent to the access road. There's all uphill to the top of the site. It's also recognised that this is only going to be used for circa 6 months of the year, whereas the park's open for the rest of the year. That will be taking away that parking. We had looked, and there's greater visual impact of it being, because that is the existing theme park itself is elevated as well. It just did not work in terms of the functioning of the site and also the parking and access associated with it. We did look at it in quite a lot of detail.
Thank you. Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Chairman. In fact, most of my questions have in fact been dealt with by other speakers, and I welcome the admittance that you're going to include disabled access to your rides and change facilities. You've covered, I think, part of what I was going to say about the need, which I believe, for improved pedestrian access. I'm not sure whether the gentleman covered the proposal to have a footpath that has been suggested in the report across or in conjunction with the golf course and Moreton Park. Was that the one you were referring to as being?
That's the one where once you get to the main road, you have to get to the main road. You've got to go through. You can't cut through the golf course. You've got to go through the trees. So that's the issue with the trees. Once you get to the main road, you've then got to cross it. You can't get back into Norwich. You only go one way. You've got to cross it. And the issues with it's more to do with the flow of traffic along that road. That is a major trunk road going into Norwich and going to Fakenham. You can't just disrupt the flow of traffic for a pedestrian crossing on there. It has to be a bus service, and if you've got a bus service, you've still got to cross the road. So that is why historically Raw put their own bus service on at their own expense, because that was the only sensible and safe option to do so.
But that's going to be the question I led on to. Is whether you could just explore or expand more on what your bus service is. I assume that goes fully into your park.
Right from Norwich City Centre into the park, so it cost us £20,000 because First Eastern Counties weren't able to put on, weirdly, another bus stop into the park, considering it's run straight past it, which I found frustrating because I was willing to input with that. But yeah, so it cost us £20,000 to do it for the 6 weeks of the summer holidays, and that was purely our bus service that we did with First Eastern Counties buses. But also the other important reminder, yes, I understand that we've had pedestrians walk to us in the past, but that's not what we want either. So we're looking to do everything we can, as Ollie has demonstrated, and that's under 1%. It's 0.08% of our visitors. Now, in terms of that, we know if people have walked in because they tell us, and obviously we don't promote that in any way, shape or form either. And we have to realise we are in the countryside. We're not in a town. So our options are very limited. So we're doing everything we can to address those concerns.
So could we just expand? So your bus service goes from Thorpe Station. Does it have pickups on the way? Yeah. Right. But you're saying you wouldn't. Well, there's an issue with. I would have thought the fact it goes into your site is beneficial anyway, because then you've then eliminated the issue of pedestrians crossing the road and that sort of thing. Is there any thoughts of expanding that outside of the school holidays?
Not at the moment. Yeah. And you know, all the cost is just coming our way, and we want to do the best we can with it. But also, I monitored the numbers because I previously done it in 2019. It was the last time I'd done it, and then I'd done it a few years before that. And the way I measured it was to see, you know, how many people to get the rich experience at the park, because they need at least 5 hours. They normally can't do it in a whole day. So I had to put on the bus stops accordingly to fit that experience time, that duration time. So yeah, that's how it's set, if that answers your question.
The only other thing I can say is that the Dinosaur Park do also apply ticket prices to encourage people to come by bus. But as it is by its very nature and its location, car-borne transport is the preferred way to get to the park.
It's worth noting as well, just so that everyone's aware, that was discussed with Liverpool. So it wasn't just a basic level discussion with an officer, it was discussed at a high level with highways, and Liverpool accepted the fact that in terms of sustainability, to have something like this, you have to have it in the countryside. You cannot put it in the middle of the city centre, because that is a unique space to do that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for your presentation. You're clearly passionate about what you do with the park. That comes across very clearly. I just want to pick up on a couple of points that have been raised through the objections, and just really to clarify for myself, because I'm a little bit confused. One of the issues seems to be around the volcano ride, and I've seen 3 different heights of that. I've heard 9 meters, 8 meters, and in the report it talks about 10. So I wonder if you could just clarify that for me as the first one, please.
Sure, and sorry for the confusion. So across the landscape, as it was shown by Liz Lake's associates, you saw that the landscape drop, and it's a maximum of 10 heights to cone in the sound of the kids, God forbid it, enjoying themselves. And 8 meters was the top of the drop ride, so it doesn't actually go to the full extent. But that's in keeping, which we addressed with Chaplain Farrant, our architects, and with Liz Lake's associates that landscape it to ensure that that's not then see above the tree belt line across the drop-in landscape, which was shown by Glenn Beaumont.
I mean, over the progression of this scheme, the actual volcano has dropped in height as it's moved forward. So it's become shorter and shorter, but I think it's probably as short as it'll get.
No, that's really helpful to explain that. Thank you. The other linked with that is around noise and a visual amenity of the neighbours. Is there any further bunding that could be offered to help with that?
I mean, obviously there are quite a number of conditions attached to the planning permission. We could have, I mean, we've got to look at the noise, some of the noise measurements across the site. If that comes up that we need further bunding, that can be provided as part of the discharge of that condition. I know some of the neighbours have asked for some further controls, maybe all tied together in all encompassing noise condition.
Okay, thank you. And my final question, if I may, and that's just seeking clarification about the opening hours. I know my colleague questioned you about that. In terms of evening events, and I notice there's a condition about opening hours, just seeking clarification about, is it 10 till 5:30, or just understanding fully what the variation of the hours would be, please.
Sure, absolutely. We're a seasonal attraction. We're open all year round. This particular application, it's there to open from Easter to October half term. We generally open at 10 o'clock, at some points of the year 10:30, and then our closing time changes for the whole park across the course of the year, depending on when we're busy and the ebbs and flows of when holiday makers come to you. So it could be 4, 4:30, 5 or 5:30. We hold evening events, yes. We have Primeval, which is 13 years old this year. which turns over £500,000, which is our biggest event at the park. And as I say, East Anglia's biggest scare experience. And that's a really important, profitable event for us, for our survival. And then we've had 2 other events in the evening. So there's Diners at Night and Diners in the Dark. And they run till about 10 o'clock. You know, we had a new event this year where we had a daytime and a nighttime event. But we're actually looking with that particular one to probably keep the park open until 7 o'clock because it didn't actually work for us. So we're testing and trialing different things to ensure that we can, you know, retain a good level of visitors and income to the park. So I hope that helps.
What they also do is with these activities, the nighttime activities, through the noise management plan, they're committed to actually let all the local residents know. And I know the park offers complimentary tickets for residents to come to the experience as well.
That's very helpful. It's answered my questions. Thank you.
Councillor Leggett.
Thank you, Chairman. Overall, the project is good, but to me, there is quite a big gap between the benefit to the economy, as has been described, and consideration of the implications and effect on local people. Because I think you've obviously, I suppose, spoken to Great Witchingham and Western Longville and the ward member probably, but there's still a gap on this question of noise levels, noise screening and visual. If it's got to go ahead from my point of view, it's got to be, are you prepared to go further and meet the concerns of what's been laid out from the local point of view, noise levels, noise screening and vision? I don't think it can, for me, although I think it's a very good project, there's that big gap which needs immediate dealing with.
Thank you. So in terms of there has to be a balance, and I think the benefit really does outweigh because we're going to be supplying an extra 150 jobs. Right. And I think, sorry, just to answer your other questions with the noise. So I've got a detailed document here, which I'm willing to provide in terms of what we've done already before the baseline noise measurement was conducted. And that was all the, work across the dinosaur noises, which, has been complained to us. And again, I remind you that the AHO did not give a noise nuisance against any of those complaints. And yeah, I've got an abundance of changes that have been made, but yes, obviously we need to make sure that we're doing everything we can to mitigate unnecessary noise nuisance, because again, we're there to ensure that our guests don't see them, because why do they want to come to an immersive experience and see someone's neighbour's garden? Frankly, they don't. And the other way around, obviously, because they didn't want to see that, and we get that. And we've done everything we can working with professional specialists to achieve that. And I think in terms of the noise, again, we've got essentially controlled sound system to achieve that. And all of the work done within the expansion plan, we are trying to, as John said earlier, with the jumping pillows, to ensure that we've got the acoustic fence in there to direct it inwards and not to travel across the land and the landscape at the heights to create unnecessary noise.
But there is still a gap, though. Are you going to prepare to deal with that gap?
I think that's been answered.
I just remind members in questioning, we do need to consider the application as submitted, and we are aware of obviously all the noise information that's been submitted and what's been detailed, and our own internal environmental health officers have assessed that, and they have assessed that based on being aware of all the objections that have been received, all the information the applicant has put. We are considering the application as amended. We shouldn't really be asking the applicant to amend the application through committee. We need to consider it as submitted. And there are conditions that we are proposing to put on the permission to ensure there is a noise management plan. So I think we just need to be really careful in our questioning and what's been submitted, what we're considering, what our stakeholders have said, as in our consultees have said, rather than trying to design and modify sort of information that hasn't been formally submitted. As officers, we're recommending to you, obviously, where we are with the application is submitted. And I think we just need to remember that.
Do any other councillors have any specific questions to ask the speakers? No, thank you. If you, yes, just as well.
And what I understand was that the applicant, there was reference as well from the applicant did say, if you wish for us to make further considerations in line with the parish's comments in terms of further bunding, that was introduced by the applicant.
Yeah, and I'm just reminding us that we need to look at it, what we've got submitted.
Yes, but there is that point that's been raised by that applicant, and it appears a willingness, which materially can have a judgment of view for our decision making. It can.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Riley. If you'd like to resume your seats, please. Thank you. And I'll call forward Councillor Bullman, please. And you have 5 minutes, Councillor Bullman.
Thank you, Chairman. This feels rather like the graveyard slot. So much has already been said that I don't actually want to reiterate most of it. A lot of it's been said by my fellow councillors who are sitting on this committee. I'd just like to emphasise 2 or 3 points in the 5 minutes I've got. I'm not used to speaking in 5 minutes only. I usually like a lot longer than that, but I'll have to constrain myself. I'm not wholly persuaded by the issue of the benefits that will come to the community. They might come to the county as a whole in terms of improved access to a very successful operation, but actually to the community itself, frankly, I don't think there will be very much by way of benefit. There'll be a lot of disbenefit in terms of more traffic, more noise, and noise is a key issue. I have had numerous complaints given to me, and I have certainly tried to deal with them, about noise issues in the past. And frankly, it's only with the onset of this application that I think that the facility has taken due notice of the noise that actually is already generated and that which will be generated in the future by an expansion. So frankly, I think the committee could look at putting in place conditions to ensure that the noise levels that are experienced at the moment, which I think can actually be justifiably said to be too large, that is the baseline against which things should be measured going forward. And I genuinely think that there's a lot of work that could be done in that area. I did actually ask for a site visit. I'm glad Councillor Leggett brought that up. Frankly, the pictures don't do justice to the nature of this application. I think it would have been highly beneficial for members to see it in situ, so they could actually understand the implications of what's being put forward, because it is substantial, it is significant, and it will have a significant impact on local residents. In terms of other matters, the issue of a path, frankly, I think is being handled a little disingenuously. The golf club have already indicated quite clearly they would be partially willing to fund such a footpath, and the footpath going from the village of Lenwade into the Dinosaur Park, I think ought to be a crucial consideration of this application. If this application is meant to be at all green, then surely it should include the option of pedestrian access into the site. I'm not saying there'll be a huge number of pedestrians, but certainly at the moment, it's quite unlikely that people will want to do it because walking up that road is extremely hazardous. So I think it is possible to put in a footpath, and I would like to see it as a condition of this application. I'd like to make it clear, I think the Parish Council do not object in principle to the whole facility being extended, but it needs to be extended in such a way that it minimises the impact on the environment and to the local community. And I think as it stands at the moment, members, you should reject it unless you are able to put in place certain conditions which would satisfy the residents to ensure that going forward, it's not a continuous problem as it is at the moment. I rest my case.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Bowman? Yes, Councillor Riley.
As you know, Peter,
I do know you well, yes.
no, I said, as you, as you know, Peter, I asked this question to the applicants. You've just made reference to about the footpath. You just made reference to it. And the applicants were given quite a robust, I think, reason as to why that was not possible. And in discussions they've had with highways, crossing the road, I was mentioning traffic lights as well. You believe that I can tell you believe that.
I believe that not enough has been done to make it work. I think it could work. The golf club have already indicated they will be supportive of it. So I would like to see it. And I frankly think the only reason it's not being included is cost.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions for Councillor Bullman? No? Okay, thank you very much.
I'm free to go.
Right, over to you, councillors. Councillor Riley.
Yeah, well, clearly we've got a balancing act to do here. It comes down to the balance, doesn't it, on does the economic benefit outweigh the impact and harm. The report obviously reflects there is going to be impact here. It's not going to be an invisible attraction to the local surroundings. It talks about mitigation in terms of that. What has been brought into question quite clearly is that rise and fall on the land. And I totally get, by the way, the issue about trees in terms of sound buffers, having done quite a bit of work on that in industry, does that outweigh the benefit? And I think Councillor Leggett as well has raised these points as well. Sustainability is one of them. In terms of this footpath, it's really unclear to me at the moment about that. The issue around the bunding and what's been asked for by the parish, and I believe that the applicant may be amenable to that. The extra points that was made around the south side, I think the north side as well. All of those issues, I'm not confident to give this on a balance the go ahead. So I'd make a proposal actually that we defer this. We do have a site visit, because I think once you go out and have a look at it, you can grasp better the whole landscape, the area from that. So we could defer this to come back to make a decision subject to a site visit. And that happens in local authorities, as you know, it does happen. And I think that would be a way forward, because we may end up in quite a debacle here and votes going one way or another way in terms of the application as it stands at the moment. And I think, if we can do that, that may help us in our deliberations to come to a final position. And perhaps in the meantime, which may be helpful, if the applicant's willing to put some supplementary information through in terms of what they are willing to do, in the meantime, for it coming back to us as well, because Helen, I've got the point about you've got the application in front of you now, but in the meantime, everybody's heard what's gone on here. And if the applicant can come back in the meantime with some supplementary proposals, perhaps, given the conversations had with the parish, that may be helpful then for a second meeting on deferment. That's what I propose. Seconder, anyone?
I would second that because I think there are a number of points which have already been made at great length, and I think we do need some positive indication that the reservations which have been raised will be dealt with before we come to a final decision.
Sorry. I need to turn the microphones off from.
Oh, sorry, it's being I was chair of our desk for so long, you leave your well on.
Just looking at our guidelines on site visits, because I think that's really important to consider. You could defer, strictly speaking, for a site visit if it was obviously voted in. You have a proposer and a seconder, but you do have to. They should only be used where the expected benefit is substantial. So you do need to actually have a reason of substantial sort of weight on what you need to consider, and it may be you need to consider the distance and the noising and the visual impact of the scheme. That may be your substantial, but you do need to define that before you probably vote on that.
So I can ask Councillor Riley, what is your substantial benefit?
You mentioned as well, this is about, sorry, I've got the page up here actually. This one keeps losing it, just a second. Yeah, so we've got.
Can you put your microphone on, please?
Get it turned off, turn it on. 148. So we have, so the key principles for consideration in the report are principles of the development, impact on the character and appearance of the area, heritage impacts, impact on neighbouring properties, transport impacts, should be sustainability as well, ecology. All of these matters actually have been raised here, and there's matters that was raised by the parish. And as I said, there's been some, so it is a substantial issue, and it would allow perhaps, and trying to do this with both parties, to have mitigation coming back in the form of perhaps other proposals on your point, Helen, so then you've got something on paper in between. So that would be the point there. And policy GC2, which is under principal development, policy 5 as well, settlement limit, etc. I think it's well covered, Helen.
I think just quoting those sort of issues we're discussing are obviously the material considerations. I think the substantial reason that you haven't said, which I think I could support, is that you need to visually see this on site.
Sorry, I thought that was obvious.
No, you didn't actually. That key bit was missing. And I think given the substantial issue is that actually to be able to determine the application you want to see on site, the visual relationship between those substantial issues you're referring to, you need to make it really clear. And you're saying that the information that hasn't been presented to you demonstrates that. So I think that would be sufficient.
Well, it's proposed and seconded that we defer this for a site visit. So we will take a vote on that. All those in favour of deferment? Yes, okay.
Obviously, I'm a substitute member of this planning committee, so I'm unlikely to be here at any deferred point. However, what I do want to say is that I am disappointed by the quality of the application. I am disappointed because I think that the visual impact depends far too much on structures and woodland and other things that are beyond the applicant's control. Similarly goes for the noise. This encroaches on, as has been pointed out, onto the glamping site, whose business model is based on peace and tranquility. It also imposes onto the county wildlife site, etc., etc. It's been measured and confirmed, I believe, that the decibel levels will rise significantly in that area if not controlled properly. I am bitterly disappointed with the transport plan that goes with this. I mean, the specialists from the applicant side said that there are 2 bus stops on that main route that are already in existence. Does this mean that those 2 cannot be connected by a pedestrian crossing, which means that the residents of Lenwade get to risk their lives crossing that road anyway? I believe that would have been actually a really reasonable request by this planning authority to the applicant to improve that situation on that road. And as I said, I'm bitterly disappointed that hasn't been improved. The emphasis on walking and cycling access to this site, which is going to go from, and if I remember correctly, from 370,000 visitors to 500,000 visitors a year, is inexplicable in its absence. Again, I can't believe that there hasn't been more emphasis on that, and the pedestrian route will go a short way to improving this, and the bus connection in the summer season will go a small way again to improving this.
Yeah, well, can I just remind you, we are dealing with the deferment at the moment.
Yeah, I'm just making a debate point because I would really love to make these points in terms of this application, and also the lack of commitment to the new development being colour neutral in the landscape to knit in with what's there already. I personally would not support if the proposal was for, to go to determine this application. I would not be supporting it. Thank you, Chairman. That's my point.
Okay, thank you. I personally don't see what's to be gained by a site visit. We've had a very comprehensive presentation. We've had lots of detail from the applicants and from the objectors. But we will go to the vote on the deferment now. So all those in favour of a deferment and site visit, please show.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, Chairman.
And those against?
1, 2, 3, 4.
So this item is deferred and the site visit will be arranged. It will come back to a future committee meeting. Thank you. We will resume. Application 20220732, land adjoining Burr Road, Spratts Green, Aylsham. I'll hand you over to the officer for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. The application in front of you is seeks retrospective planning permission for means of access to Burr Road and the erection of double 5-bar timber gates, post and rail fencing. In front of you is a location plan that shows the site in relation to Aylsham. And this is a more detailed plan showing the application site, which is rectangular in shape. This is the point of the proposed access, and this is the existing access located here. The existing use of the site is for keeping stroke grazing of horses, and what we're determining today is whether or not the provision of the access is acceptable in highway safety terms and in amenity terms. So if I move on to the site location plan, as you can see, as I said, it's a rectangular piece of land. And in front of you now is the existing access that has been created, which is why we've got retrospective planning application in front of us. And I think it'd be easier to move on to this. This slide shows the proposed improvements required by the Highway Authority, which means that the access at present, when I show you the photographs, you'll see what I mean. The access is moved, gates are moved back to give plenty of space for vehicles to move off the highway if the gates are closed. So it gives that ability for them to be off that main road. So this is a photograph of the existing gates and fencing. And as you can see, as I pointed out previously, they are close to the highway, and the Highway Authority wishes them to be set further back to enable, as I say, those vehicles to pull off the road. And this is a photograph looking the other way. So concerns have been raised, as you will note from your agenda, by the Town Council and local residents in respect of the potential use of the site as a camping and caravan site, which would lead to highway safety issues given the road is narrow, busy and poor visibility and has bends. Noise and disturbance from the camping and caravan site in terms of noise and light pollution, a detrimental impact on the character of the landscape and nearby conservation area, and negative impact on biodiversity. Would just like to point out the Council can only consider the planning application on the basis of what has been submitted in front of us today, and that is an access to serve an existing field. Norfolk County Council have raised no objections in highway safety terms, and in terms of the access and gates themselves, it is not considered they would have any detrimental impact on the residential amenities of nearby properties, biodiversity, or the character or appearance of the area or the conservation area. I would say, whilst I fully appreciate the concerns regarding the use of land which has been set out in the agenda, which has come from the Town Council and local residents, as a caravan and camping site, under the General Permitted Development Order, the site can be used for 28 days per calendar year for tents campsite without the need for planning permission. And I fully understand that the applicant has used the land for this purpose, and indeed did so through COVID, where you had 56 days, which has been subsequently reduced back to 28 days. Should the applicant also wish to invoke his permitted development rights subject to the caravan club licence, he could have up to 5 caravans without the need for planning permission. So whilst I fully understand all the concerns raised, what's in front of us today is not for a caravan site and camping site, it's purely a means of access, and therefore your officers have determined it in light of that. So, Chairman, it is considered that the proposal is acceptable, subject to the conditions in accordance with the plans submitted, and the fact gates are set back in accordance with the revised plan that I previously showed you. I would therefore recommend approval to the access. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, do you have questions for the officer, please? No? Thank you. Then just make
You're going to read out these. You've done a joint.
That's me. And Jane Kelly. You're supporting? No. Okay, so it's two objectives. Two objectives, and we're here representing a number of people rather than.
if the two of you take a seat, Councillor Catchpole will speak afterwards. So you'll have five minutes each once you start. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting us to comment. I'm Jane Kenny from Spratts Green, and this is Maz Hill. And today we're here to represent the residents of Spratts Green and many of the residents of Borough next to Aylsham in respect of this application. This is a combined response prepared on behalf of the residents and the 27 objections that have been submitted. It is not our intention to repeat what has been submitted in the original objections, but there are a number of issues that we would like to highlight to the committee following the publication of the committee papers. Our primary concern and objection is based on highways and road safety. The land was purchased approximately 2 years ago and is now owned by a company called MGF Norfolk Limited, not an individual person. The land is classified as agriculture, and there does not appear to have been any permission sought or granted for the change of use from agriculture to equine. The land has, we believe, been incorrectly classed as agricultural use within the planning application. The land was used by the previous owner for their personal equestrian use, successfully using the existing much wider entrance by the railway crossing on Bure Lane, which is adequate for paddock use. The land was acquired by the previous owner less than 10 years ago. There is reference to the land being used for equine use. However, the new landowner does not appear to own horses of their own, and therefore the recent introduction of ponies onto the land would suggest this is now being used as a commercial enterprise, a livery yard. In September 2021, a number of Spratts Green residents instructed a specialist highways consultant company, Create Consulting Engineers, to consider the highways access and suitability of development of this piece of land for caravanning and camping site licence, using the existing entrance off the Borough Road West. Create subsequently wrote to the Caravan and Camping Club recommending that a site licence not be granted on the grounds of highway safety. We don't believe that the committee has seen sight of this report, which was provided to the local planning authority on the 6th of June 2022. The report also commented on the adequacy of Borough Road for access and drew the same conclusions as Norfolk Highways, that the proposed access presents a highways safety issue. According to residents of 40 years, there has been no entrance to this field from the Borough Road, and this is supported by more recent Google Earth images. In any event, there is a significantly more traffic on the road today than in previous years, as many of the residents' objections state. Since the purchase of the land, there has been a number of developments on the site. Furthermore, we are aware enforcement action has been taken, but not confident that that action taken is sufficient to remedy the breaches. These developments have been the creation of a new entrance off the narrow single-track Borough Road on the approach of a tight bend, removing a previous passing place. the erection of what looks like 2 toilet cubicles, clearly visible on the planning document dated the 11th to the 16th of May. These have since been removed and are lying in the corner of the field near Borough Road West Junction and the existing entrance, and could be very easily reinstated. Note in the additional photos dated May the 17th, both the loo buildings have been removed. These buildings were placed over what appears to be a sealed chemical waste disposal unit in the ground, to the right of the new gate, which are still in situ. Installation of a water pipe from the bottom of the field along the eastern boundary, adjacent to Borough Road, to the top of the field, together with water taps. As well as the erection of 2 wooden buildings creating 4 stables, the installation of 12 large ground level solar panels producing 3 to 4 kilowatts of electricity annually, typically used for an average 4-bed house. Fencing creating multiple subdivided areas to the part of the field nearest the new gate and entrance of Borough Road, with post and rail fencing as seen in the planning officer's photos, separating this from the existing entrance and the remainder of the field.
As you're aware, this is a narrow single-track lane which narrows at the site of the new entrance on a blind bend. This road is not suitable to long vehicles. The Highways letter in May stated, the application now under consideration is for a field access and gates for access to agricultural land, and strictly this being the sole purpose of the access. For agricultural use, the access would be used a handful of times annually. As a livery yard, there could be at least 8 vehicle movements twice a day. It is clear that the applicant's intent in utilising the general permitted development rights to develop the caravan and camping element of the site, which we believe is a material consideration in this application. We are not in a position to predict the exact vehicle movements, but it could be at least an additional 20 to 30 vehicle movements coming and going daily, towing caravans as well as horse boxes and lorries. This creates a significantly different position with increased traffic and hazard to other vehicles, cyclists, walkers and horse riders than being portrayed by the applicant. We ask that the Council formally request from an applicant highway safety impact assessment on the intensification of use, which is not related to agriculture, so the full extent of impact is known before determining the application. We consider that the applicant still has not provided sufficient detail or justification for the new entrance. It is noted that the applicant claims the field is not accessible from the current access. An agricultural field, this is not applicable as agricultural machinery could and historically has been able to access adequately from the existing access. Even as pony paddocks, the previous owner found the existing access quite sufficient. We would suggest the barrier of access to the top end of the field is due to the configuration of the fencing and buildings erected by the applicant. The proposed access is used as a passing place and frequently has a stream of vehicles having pulled into it to allow vehicles to pass travelling to and from Borough. The added exiting and accessing the field will impact significantly on road safety. Even if the gate were to remove back by the required 8 metres from the road, it will still represent a significant and unnecessary road safety issue. Further hazard exists as the field is unmanned, requiring any user to have to get out of their vehicle and leave it stationary, partially blocking the lane to operate the locked gate when both entering and exiting the site. And there's very limited space on the field to turn vehicles due to the new post and rail fencing, potentially leading to vehicles reversing onto the road. This stretch of road has seen a number of accidents. Traffic accidents increased in recent years, and most recently being in July this year, where a resident's car was written off by an oncoming vehicle whilst stationary, waiting in the passing place. Luckily, the driver was uninjured, although very badly shaken. We hope the committee can fully understand the issues with this application and refuse permission. If the committee is minded to accept the planning officer's recommendation, we would like to see tighter conditions attached to and including limiting the use to agriculture and equine use only, as recommended by Stephen Coleman from Highways, with general permitted development rights removed in connection with granting of the planning permission to ensure that the safety of the users of the Borough Road is maintained. The camping and caravanning during COVID, we would dispute. We didn't see any evidence of that.
Thank you. Councillors, do any of you have questions for the speakers, please? Councillor Riley.
The lane down there, lived there, been down there lots of times. I know how narrow it is. But am I correct in thinking that's 60 miles an hour?
Correct.
And the reference you made, I just want to clarify with the officers as well. So I need to ask you so I can clarify with the officers to previous enforcement issues. Was those enforcement issues specifically to do with this gate or anything else on the site?
I'm sorry?
Was those issues, the enforcement issues, anything to do, was they specifically to do with this gate or anything else on the site?
I think the access bit has been created to enable them to do what they have been trying to do on the site, which has resulted in the enforcement action.
Okay.
Okay, anybody else have questions, please? Yes, Councillor Fisher.
To pick up on the enforcement action, I didn't catch exactly what your words were, as to whether that, to your knowledge, that is enforcement action, or you thought there had been enforcement action?
From reading the correspondence I've received backwards and forwards through this process, it has I have been led to believe there was enforcement action and that it has been taken. I don't know any more than that, but looking on site, it's difficult to see.
I don't know whether the officer could help. Is there any outstanding enforcement action on the site?
My understanding of talking to the enforcement officer before we came to committee is the reason we have the application in front of us is because there was an enforcement investigation in relation to the creation of the access, and because of its proximity to the highway and the fact that our argument was there wasn't an access there for him to reinstate is why we have the planning permission in front of us today. They also have been monitoring the site for a while in various ways. So we were aware that the toilet blocks were put on the site, and that he was advised that he was only allowed to have those on that site for the period of his 28 days, or in the particular case I'm referring to, it was 56 days because it was during the period of COVID. I would also go on to say that the applicant has advised us that the site has been used for the keeping of horses for a period of excess of 10 years. And I think and advised enforcement officers of that case also. So that is why we have used the terminology of land for keeping of horses rather than agricultural.
Yeah, I don't know whether I can comment on that, but I can categorically tell you that is not the case.
No, you can't speak at this point, sorry.
Well, I'm sorry, that's just incorrect.
Well, I'm referring to what I was told by the enforcement officer who's investigated the application.
Okay, so how do I
No,
correct
you're
that
just here to
information?
answer questions at the moment. Sorry, you had your 5 minutes. You can't have any more time. Has anybody else got any questions for the speakers, please? Yes, Councillor Karimi.
Just ask Claire. Presumably these gates are for access to the field for equine use.
That is what we are basing this application on, yes.
Okay.
We haven't said it's for agriculture.
So if it allows agricultural, do they need planning permission to change it to equine use? And has that been done?
I think to me that's a difficult question because you can raise horses on a field without having to have a change of use. The time that you then need change of use is if you're doing, as the objectives have raised, is livery, keeping horses in that stand. The field shelters that we have on the site, they are on skids, so they move. As I say, this is all being this site has been investigated by the enforcement officers, so they don't need planning permission. So we've been advised to use it for keeping, grazing the horses, and that's what we would base the application on.
Okay, any further questions from the councillors for the speakers? No, if you'd like to resume your seats at the back, please, and then Councillor Catchpole can come forward. Thank you. You have
Thank you, Chair.
5 minutes when you're ready.
Okey-doke.
Thank you.
I'll just reorganise what I was going to say. I'm trying not to reiterate anything. However, in specific response to what's been raised about the enforcement issues, the planning officer wrote to me in response to something that I'd asked and said, there are some enforcement issues I need to look into in terms of the current use of the land and the erection of some buildings and fencing. However, the application would be determined on the grounds that it is a new access from existing agricultural land, and then in brackets, although the applicant advises that it's actually the reopening of a previous access, and I'll go on to talk about that in a minute. So I have that from the planning officer that they are needing to look into enforcement issues still, not that they've been looked into and acted upon. So the wooden entrance gate was put in place without planning permission earlier this year. Approximately 8.5 metres of countryside hedgerow was removed to do this. According to the government website, Countryside Hedgerows Regulation and Management, a hedgerow is protected if it is more than 20 metres long with gaps of less than 20 metres and on land used for agriculture or forestry or land used for breeding or keeping horses, ponies or donkeys. In this case, the landowner must discuss their proposal to remove the hedgerow with the local planning authority first to make sure it's legal to do so. As this is a retrospective planning application, the removal of the hedgerow appears to have occurred without such discussion. I have not seen, I can't see in the documents provided, a biodiversity assessment for the removal of the hedgerow. And the Aylsham Neighbourhood Plan 6.49 states, the community values the rural setting of Aylsham. And that's a population of getting on for 10,000 people. The Aylsham Climate Emergency Nature Group is taking action to preserve and improve natural habitats, and the removal of this hedge, this portion of hedge at this site, goes against this philosophy. As we've heard, the new access is directly onto the Borough Road, and it's at a spot where there was a natural passing place. Having visited the site, it appears that there's a visibility when exiting the field only in one direction because of that bend in the road. So this is as much about cars leaving or vehicles leaving the field as it is vehicles going onto the field. Also at this point, the Borough Road is extremely narrow, a mere 4.5 metres wide. It's noted that the County Highways view is that although they're not able to make adverse comments on the basis of a genuine application for access to agricultural land, they do maintain that any proposal which will intensify the traffic use of the narrow rural roads that serve the site would be subject to a recommendation of refusal by the Highway Authority. So the planning officer is aware of the buildings, the solar panels, the decorative fences, the hedging and a septic tank, wooden fencing, and all of these things that have been erected within the field. And they do not appear to me to be very agricultural in nature. with regard to this, that this is a reopening of a previous access, I've seen no evidence of that whatsoever. At the meeting convened by the local residents on the 20th of July, it was raised by resident Gordon Hiscock that he had been living in the village for 40 years, passing this field on a very regular basis. He's happy to vouch for the fact there has never been an entrance directly onto Borough Road at this spot in all that time. 7 villagers attended the site meeting and strongly objected to the installation of the new gate without consultation of residents by either the landowner or Broadland District Council, and many more have obviously submitted their written objections. There appears to be some substance to residents' concerns that should this application be granted, this field may be used as a caravan, motorhome and or campsite. The very narrow Borough Road is unsuitable for any more traffic. The residents consider that manoeuvring of horse boxes or caravans or motorhomes on or off the field through the new gate would be a hazard
Thank you.
to
You've had
road
your 5
users
minutes.
due to the poor visibility around the bend.
Okay, thank you. Councillors, do any of you have questions for Councillor Catchpole? Yes, Councillor Riley.
So you just referred to communication with the highways on this, and that highways are not recommending acceptance or approval unless it's on agriculture, unless it's for agricultural reasons. Where's your reference on that?
That's one of the documents on the website under this planning application, the highways response. I was just quoting it.
Well,
Sorry?
we'll ask the officer for comment.
Oh,
on
it's
that.
the May, in May.
Yeah, so
They're saying if it's a genuine application for access to agricultural land.
They subsequently, following discussions with the case officer, have put an additional comment in effect. They don't have any objections, and asked and requested and asked whether or not we could put a condition on to limit the use of the land to agricultural or equine use.
Sorry, yeah, can we be specific then?
I haven't got their comments in front of me, but I think they are reproduced in the report. So he raised no objections on the basis that the land was used for equine use, and did request whether or not a condition, the use of the land is agricultural, could be imposed. And he's also requested that the gates are set back to draw in off the highway as we've got a revised plan in front of us to do so.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions from councillors, please, for the speaker? No? You could resume your seat,
Thank
please.
you.
Thank you. And so over to you, councillors. Councillor Riley?
Yeah, and we'll come back to the specifics. I think it's really important. We've heard the people opposing this stated, slightly out of time, stated that it's not been used for equine use, and there's clearly a question mark here, and it appears that the reference to this May letter was referring to agriculture. The highways would oppose it. It's a narrow lane. It's 60 miles an hour down that lane, and there's a blind spot as you go past that entrance as well on the corner. So you can see why highways have said that under T3, which I look at. Then they've been advised, I'm reading the sentence here, based on the land is in equine use. So there's been a view taken by highways that this land is already in equine use. And the issue is that that's not been established whatsoever. So highways adjust it because it's already in equine use. There's also another entrance to this site as well, which has been pointed out, which has been used for, well, donkey's years. Excuse the pun, but for donkey's years. And no access issues whatsoever for equine use, for agricultural use whatsoever. So there's clear references here to concerns about, you know, caravanning site, etc. It's become obvious from residents that there's some ambition there. But at the end of the day, when you come back to the application, as you've said, Claire, and what's in front of us here, it narrows down, I believe, to this highways issue and the necessity for this entrance, even though they're saying put it back by 8 metres, because you are now going to have use which is more than agricultural. They believe it's in equine use, which it isn't, which will mean you've got to come out and there's a blind spot on there. And I think this needs to go back to highways, to be perfectly honest, to get more clarification on this with this road, because I do not believe that it has been in equine use, and therefore they said it should be refused on highways grounds. If it was going to be used for anything other than agricultural originally. So I think it should go back to highways, and with more clarification about that.
Can I, and Claire can correct me if I'm not correct, because I haven't seen all the detailed correspondence on the file, but in planning terms, how I see it, and Claire will correct me if I'm wrong, the permitted use of the field is agricultural. Without planning permission, you can graze horses. So for me, it's a bit of a red herring whether or not it is being used for horses grazing, because that is permitted, because you can graze your horse. So the permitted use of the field is agricultural. Within agricultural, you can have the keeping of horses, and the buildings that have been on there do not require planning permission because they are movable structures. So at the moment, as far as I see, there are no breaches on the site other than they have created an access onto the permitted use of the site, which is a field, and that's what we're considering today. Highways has said if it is for agricultural use, and we have no evidence to say it's not either being used for agricultural or the grazing of horses, which is permitted, they would want to see the gates set back so vehicles accessing that field can move off the highway. That's how I see it has been presented, and I'll let Claire just confirm that is correct and there's no other breaches on there.
Could I just clarify on your point there? I think it's material. Everything here is material. Claire also indicated that on subsequent conversation with highways, they said there should be a condition put on. Now that condition would be, I'm reading this, Claire, that condition would be put on because they've got concern about the introduction of this gate on this narrow road, and therefore it should be restricted in some way. Bearing in mind, there's already an access there that's been there for donkey's years on the other side. So,
may I possibly comment on that? So I think the highway officer asked whether or not we can restrict it to agricultural use. Well, if it's already in agricultural use and you can graze horses on it, would it be reasonable, necessary, and enforceable to put a condition on saying it can only be used for agricultural use? The reason I asked that question, or state that question, is that they have permitted development rights the council has no control over. And if we want to prevent them using land for the purposes of a camping or caravan site under their permitted development rights, you would have to go down and serve in an Article 4 direction on the site. You couldn't do it by removing permitted development rights because of the nature of the application that you've got in front of you.
Yeah.
So I spoke to the enforcement officer this week before we came to committee to ascertain where we were with all the issues that have been raised. So the separation of the fields by post and rail fencing doesn't require planning permission. The shelters are on movable skids. They don't require planning permission. The portable toilets are only allowed to be on the site if they have their 28 days use, and they have to be removed or put to one side when that finishes. And we are monitoring the site. The enforcement officers are monitoring the site closely, and that's why you've got the application in front of you today.
Thank you. Councillor Fisher next, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I think actually the officer just answered what was going to be my question, which was effectively what permitted development rights do they have with the definition of the site being classed as agricultural stroke equine, and and also the fact that we actually can't put a condition on as a result of this meeting. It would need a section 4, I think you said, to remove permitted development rights. So if under the current permitted development rights, what actually are they allowed to do other than agricultural and equine? I understood that you said earlier, I think they could have 4 to 5 caravans within that permitted development.
So you are able, under temporary uses of land, so it doesn't have to be agricultural, or I'm not going to confuse the issue, but it doesn't have to be agricultural or equine. Under the GPDO, you can use land for the for a caravan or camping site, I'm going to use the words, which is tents, up to 28 days per calendar year without planning permission. If you want to have caravans on the site, you have to go down the route of being a licensed site under the Caravan Club. You can't just do it. So there's a distinct difference. So if you want your 5 caravans, you've got to go down that route. Now, I think where the concern has been raised here is that it has been said that he has applied for a license, a Caravan Club license, but it hasn't been granted because the existing access on the lane is not suitable. So I can fully understand local residents and town council's concerns that he's, by putting in this access here, that he's then potentially going to go down the route of the 5 caravans again.
So once, or if the Caravan Club site gives him certification, I think they call it certified location, up to 5 caravans, would he then have to come back to us for a planning permission? So long as the Caravan Club approved it, effectively that would be part of his permitted development rights under agricultural equine.
Yes, or any use of land.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And I think they have their own controls. They have their, the timings that they feel that people should be on. It is on the site, but it's unfortunately out of our control. And the only way we can take those rights away from a landowner is by an Article 4 direction. And that's got to be confirmed by the Secretary of State. So you would have to demonstrate what was the so significant harm of having, for example, 4 weeks in a year with tents on the site, or 5 caravans on the site under the caravan licence. So what's the so significant harm that we would wish to take those rights away?
Okay, thank you. Fully on.
To my mind, I think Helen has more or less answered my question anyway. I mean, we are here looking in black and white at a retrospective application for a gate that's been put in, full stop. I don't see that there's anything here about speculating about what might or might not happen. What would I'd like to know, though, if retrospectively we refuse the permission, will he have to do something and demolish his gates and put something else up more permanent again?
If you refuse to planning permission, we'd have to, my view is you would have to, the only way we could do that is on highway safety grounds. So for us to refuse planning permission on highway safety grounds under the National Planning Policy Framework, we would have to demonstrate that that would create such a severe harm as to warrant refusal under that safety. So this is where I'd caution us to be slightly careful. But if you did feel it was unacceptable and it created that significant highway safety harm as to warrant refusal, then you would also then serve an enforcement notice for the reinstatement back to the removal of the gates and fences and the reinstatement, the land back, and probably to put a hedge back in. The applicant would then have the right to appeal that enforcement notice and refusal of planning permission.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Karimi.
Sorry, I just want to get something straight in my head. Highways comments were based on the use of the land for equine use. Is that correct?
Yes, and I think to me it's getting a bit confusing, because you can use agricultural land to keep horses without planning permission. So if he took the view of, for example, both for agricultural use and for equine use, he doesn't have a highway issue or an objection on highway safety grounds.
You can't speak at this point, sorry. You cannot speak at this point. You cannot speak at this point. Please disregard anything that is said from the back of the room.
Yeah. I just want to
clarify. Can I just clarify? If he wants to run a commercial business of livery from the site, he needs planning permission. Yes. And I will, yes, I'm not saying that he's running a commercial livery from the site. Okay.
Right, councillors, do councillors have anything further to say?
I just want to continue with that point. Highways comments are based on the land being used for equine use. Yeah, he has not got permission under planning to use that as equine use. He might have horses on the field grazing, but how many years does he have to have horses on that field before he has to apply for equine use?
Well,
I think there are. It is. I accept it is quite a confusing application, because we're talking about if, buts, and maybes, and Councillor Karimi-Gilvanu's point is really important. So what we're saying is, based on the evidence we have at the moment on the site, it is either being used for agricultural or for the grazing of horses, which are both don't need planning permission. If they use it for a commercial livery and they put any permanent buildings on there that aren't movable, then that would be a material change of use. We have no evidence before us, so we can't speculate on that's what may be happening. So as far as the evidence that we can present to you today, it is, or we are giving consent for this field, and if it changes tomorrow that he has a livery and there's evidence, then that's a material change of use, and that will be an enforcement matter. We are only giving permission for this access gates to be used for agricultural or the grazing of horses, which doesn't actually need a change of use.
I'm just being a bit pedantic here, because the highways comments are on equine use, and he hasn't got permission for equine use. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, and I think that's a confusing point. The equine use in planning terms is the grazing of horses. So yes, they can graze horses on there without planning permission, which is an equine use.
Right, I would like to move officer's recommendation as set out on page 169. Who's seconding it? Councillor Folger. Right. Does anybody want to say anything else before we go to the vote? Councillor Riley.
So the clear issue here, clarify, thank you, is that there's a license applied for caravan, as John said. That's been denied. It's been denied on this road at that entrance for that purpose. Highways have said that they want that moved back 8 metres for safety on the road. Under the current position of agricultural use, permitted rights on tents, we guess, and grazing of horses. There's already an entrance there for that. So whatever this person wants to do there, they would not be stopped from doing whatever it is they're doing and the past use of that field by not having this gate here. The gate here, this 8 metres back, if anyone's travelled down that lane, this is what I'm saying, I think there's a reference back on this to highways at the moment, because vehicles will be coming in and out and there's a blind spot to the left. Now, highways will normally assess that, and I can't see where the assessment is on it, because they believe it's infrequent agricultural grazing use, and grazing use already in place. So that's where it comes down to. So I know it's been moved and seconded, Chair, but I do believe that a reference back on that would be helpful. However, we've got to move and second on it. But I'm going to have to oppose this on this basis, because something serious is going to happen down this road. 60 miles an hour, and two cars can't pass each other. There's been a record of accidents down this road, and this one in July. I'm not sure when the references went off to highways if they're even aware of that car getting written off in July.
Councillor Beadle.
Whether we like it or not, Chairman, this committee has to pass this because agricultural use includes equine use. Doesn't include livery. We've had accusations that livery is happening here, but we've got no evidence other than accusations, and that would have to be put forward in a court of law. And if it does go down to a livery, then they need a change of use. If they don't get change of use, we can do enforcement, and it's as simple as that. So I support the recommendation. It's agricultural use where they keep horses, but not livery.
Thank you. Right, it's proposed by myself, seconded by Councillor Folger, that we go with officer's recommendation as set out on page 169. All those in favour, please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, Chairman.
And those against? 2.
1, 2.
So that is passed. Thank you. Then we go on to appeals, please.
Just on appeals, just to note,
You're welcome to stay or leave as you wish.
just to note, if you want any details on specific appeals that have been dismissed, they have all been dismissed under delegated. You'll recall the one on Taverham did come to committee. It was for the additional parking and the side extension. We probably will do some learning from that one because we also got an award of costs because we didn't have reasonable reasons for refusal. So we will probably do a separate session on that for members.
What's the point of having a plan which doesn't?
Okay. Any further comments on the appeals? No. Thank you. Declare the meeting closed then. Thank you very much.